We are live. I don't have my phone, so give me a second. Make sure this is all working. How you doing, man? Yeah, it looks fine. Alright, so you got how to play, Teek?
Yep.
Excellent. So you know Metal Slug 1? You don't get to choose characters.
Really?
You have Marco for player 1 and Tama for player 2.
Huh.
Press start, Teek. Quick, Tama.
I don't know. I still had ads.
Well, we had to jump in because you pressed the credits button. So hey everybody, Chrono back with Teek. We're playing Fightcade, which is an arcade emulator front end that allows you to play old arcade games online. So Teek and I are playing Metal Slug 1 co-op right now. I'm dead. Thank you, Mir, you distracted me and I've died. This is not going to be a good game for reading chat. I should have brought a third person in for chat. You doing good? Excellent. I'm glad to hear that. I'm going to take this heavy machine gun. Heavy machine gun!
I feel like we should be able to shoot the bombs out of the air.
Yeah, Theo and Eri were not introduced until Metal Slug 2.
Oh, shit, that was me.
Mission complete. You've done it again, man. So Metal Slug 2 is an interesting beast.
Can't get up there.
No. It's like, did you know Metal Slug 2? Like, they basically remade it as Metal Slug X. Largely because the game has so much slowdown.
Oh wait, we can shoot the bombs.
Like, Metal Slug 1 has some slowdown. Metal Slug 2 is really bad for it. And I think from X onwards, like, they really got better about it. Heavy machine gun. I love the announcer in the Metal Slug games. Go, Teek. Use the Metal Slug.
It's the ultimate weapon!
So how much do you know about the story of Metal Slug? Look at that slowdown.
I mean, I know that there's like really there's like Nazis or something that we're shooting, and aliens.
The Mars people don't come into it until Metal Slug 2.
Weird. Oh god, no! Oh wait, did
I feel like a lot of what you're aware of Metal Slug is gonna not be in this.
No, yeah, because like mostly what I remember is oh, what is it? Metal Slug 3, I think. You know, doing the zombies.
Having the zombie, that was 3, yeah.
Power is it? It's not really a power up, but it also kind of is.
Yeah, like the bomb button becomes like a screen clear blood vomit.
Yeah, just this. Yep.
You know, won that coin?
Yep.
Gooch.
Oh, what?
So, Teek, have you ever seen a Neo Geo in person?
Like a home console?
Yeah, the home console, not the arcade machine.
No.
Neo Geo would be like so cool to own, but god damn, that'd be an absolutely pointless purchase. Let me just clear out this entire wall for my 4 Neo Geo games.
Apparently 2 dudes versus a tank doesn't work.
But one dude does.
You softened it up.
Softened it up with my body. Rocket launcher. So the idea is like I get confused like which is the regular army and which is the rebel army. You know, I think you're being a little generous there, Mir. The cartridges are bigger than a Super Nintendo. To be fair though, they're like entire arcade boards just on a cartridge. It's insane. Help me. Help me, Teek. Teek, help me. Teek. You watched me die.
I mean, what did you want me to do? I have a machine gun, not a rope. That boat sank a lot faster than the previous one did.
It did. Shotgun. I love the shotgun in Metal Slug because, like, enemies turn into mist.
Dude. How am I not? There we go.
There you go. Oh, yeah. The enemies turn into mist, and I love it. It's amazing. It's the kind of gratuitous violence we all absolutely adored in the 90s. I love Metal Slug.
Metal Slug's good. I own, like, most of them on various platforms.
I think I do actually own all of them. Or, like, all the main ones, anyway. There's the Metal Slug Anthology I own. That's, like, 1, 2, X,
Yeah,
3, 4,
I think
5,
I have,
and 6.
I think I have Metal Slug Anthology on PC and PlayStation.
I debated buying
things.
it on PC, but, like, the reviews for it are not good. And from what I can tell,
I'm pretty sure it was a free game on, like, either Epic or Amazon.
that wouldn't surprise
Probably
me.
at multiple points.
But from what I can tell, like, the anthology seems to be the same anthology that was on, like, the Wii and the PSP, and they just keep pushing it forward. I have Metal Slug Double X on something, which is the re-release of Metal Slug 7, which was a DS game of all things.
Yeah, it's weird how they just keep, like, renaming games.
Well, Metal Slug X is like a proper remake
Mm-hmm.
of Metal Slug 2. Like, there are multiple changes, like stages look different, take place in different times of the day, there are different pathways through stages. Like, you can play 2 and then play X and enjoy it just as much, or probably more, because there's less slowdown. But, like, Double X for the most part, I think, is just 7. Though they have some new characters in there. They started adding King of Fighters characters to the series. I jumped into that one. Oh hey, it's General Morden. the main villain of the series, who,
Oh,
somehow, even by like the end of the series, still has so many loyal followers.
yay, we win. Yeah, let's see. What do I have for Metal Slug legitimately?
I bought Metal Slug X on Switch. That's where that's because you remember I streamed Metal Slug X
Hmm.
like years ago.
Let's see. I
That
have
was part
Metal
of the arcade
Slug
archive.
on GOG, Metal Slug on Amazon, Metal Slug Defense on Steam,
Ugh.
Metal Slug 2 on Amazon. I was very disappointed with Metal Slug Defense.
Yeah, there
Like a
hasn't
Metal
been a
Slug
proper
Tower
Metal Slug
Defense
game.
game
Yeah.
is like Christmas, and it's just not that great.
I heard Metal Slug Attack is decent, but that's the mobile game.
Well, I mean, they're both basically mobile games.
Hmm.
Yeah, is Metal Slug Attack the turn-based strategy?
I don't know. I just know it's on mobile and it's apparently pretty good. Anthology on Wii had one of the dumbest control schemes. Well, Metal Slug's a 3-button game. It was always the weirdest thing, because the Neo Geo had the 4 buttons, but Metal Slug never made use of D.
Yeah, let's see. I've got Metal Slug 2 and 3 on Amazon, X on Amazon, and no, that's it.
I made it over.
Me too.
Good work, Teek.
Teamwork.
These games are always better played with another person. Just a good buddy there to watch your back and not laugh at you when you jump off a cliff again. So who's your preferred character in Metal Slug, Teek?
Oh, I couldn't say that I have one.
I always like going with Theo. But it becomes relevant if you're playing Metal Slug 6, because they have different stats in Metal Slug
Yeah.
6 for no good reason. Ice climbers.
They're just not gonna stop, are they?
Oh, it's Alan. Take him down.
Is that what's his name? Raven,
Welcome, Raven.
Vulcan Raven.
No, his gun's not big enough.
Hmm. Oof.
You could choose control scheme that had you holding the Wiimote pointing up and rotate like you were manipulating an arcade stick. That sounds like it would not work.
That sounds awful.
Yeah, like, I think of the main series, 6 is like the worst. Absolutely awful, I can believe it.
Is that, you know what I don't like? There's no way to like down jump
Jump
doesn't
down.
lower you.
Yeah. I mean, this was what, like 94?
Yeah.
Not all that surprising. Although Sunset Riders let you do that, and that was like 92, I think. We should see if Sunset Riders is on this ROM set. I played Sunset Riders in arcade. Like, it was fucking beautiful. Love Sunset Riders. You ever played Sunset Riders, Teek?
I can't say that I have.
It's a pretty fun cowboy game. Cowboy shooter.
Oh, wait, maybe I have. What am I doing?
Having a good time. But yeah, we went to the arcade club for Santa's birthday last year. They had Sunset Riders there, and I was like, we're absolutely playing this. And we did, and it was fun.
Man, you need a turbo controller.
Gotta have those thumbs that were built in the 90s.
Yeah.
Haha! Metal Slug.
I feel like there's a missed opportunity in not having a new Metal Slug game now that it's standard for controllers to have a second analog stick.
You mean there's a twin-stick shooter?
Yeah. Well, I mean, just for the fact that now you could, you know, move the Metal Slug gun independently of the movement of the tank.
No, they'd never do that. Like, they'd bring it out, and then the second analog stick would do nothing.
That would be awful.
Like, there hasn't been a proper new Metal Slug game since 7 on the DS. It's been, like, at this point, probably 18, 19 years.
Yeah.
Because Double X was just a port, like an enhanced port of... Jump out, Teek. Excellent. An enhanced port of 7. You ever seen Metal Slug 3D?
No.
Metal Slug 3D is a PS2 game released only in Japan,
Huh.
with full English voice acting. It's really weird, honestly, and it's not co-op. It's entirely single player, and it's a lot longer than you'd think.
Feels like it defeats the purpose.
It's a weird game. It's also not particularly good. I have 20 bombs. I'm going to use them. Yeah.
We win! I love that all of these dudes have names.
I don't like if you get a game over, then you lose all the people you've rescued in that level.
Yeah.
And you're gonna get a game over. It may not even be game over, it might just be death.
I mean, obviously you're just supposed to do this in one continue.
Remember when I did Metal Slug X, and it was like, yeah, no, the bulk of the game's pretty doable, and then I spent over 100 continues, like 100 lives in the final stage alone. No, I can't stand on it.
What? Why can't... That looks standable. Oh, no going back now.
I got the heavy machine gun, and then guys with knives immediately stabbed me. Heavy machine gun. Bomb.
Oh! You
That
dropped a
was
tank on
dastardly.
me.
You on the rocket? Just get out of the way of that.
That is a persistent tank.
Anymore, it ain't. I think we made it.
So many of them.
I don't even know what killed me, though. I thought that was me that died. I was like, oh, yeah, okay. And stopped paying attention. So Flame had a question before about whether or not you have recovered psychologically from Sonic Adventure 2 yet.
Yeah, now that it's over.
Now that the beast has been slain.
The rum certainly helped.
I'm glad it's not just me that had the huge problem with, like, the end of SA2.
I mean, that last level?
Yeah, just, like, all of Last Story in general. But then
Yeah,
you also had the
it's-
problem with BioLizard, like I did.
Oh yeah, it's just mechanically broken.
Yeah. Because remember,
It's
I was on
not a good-
BioLizard for, like, an hour, maybe.
It's not a good fight
No.
at all.
Later on, Teek and I are going to be taking bets on who's better at fighting games. You know, the only time I've ever actually played X-Men vs. Street Fighter was to test out Final Burn Neo.
Test out what?
Final Burn Neo.
Final Burn Neo?
It's the arcade emulator. It's what we're playing this on right now.
Oh, okay.
Like, Fightcade's the front end, Final Burn Neo's the actual emulator.
Aha.
Mission. Yeah, like, that's the only time I've played X-Men vs. Street Fighter. He's chasing that poor woman. We have to save her.
Can we just destroy all of these buildings?
Yes. Welcome to war.
Can we get up there? Yeah. Aha. No, these bullets or these buildings are getting in the way of my bullets.
Man, if only there were less buildings, we could commit more war crimes.
I know, right?
Those guys are throwing fireworks at us.
Desperate times.
You know what we should absolutely play? The Punisher.
The Punisher? There's a Punisher game?
Yeah, it's one of the early, like, genuinely good Capcom beat-em-ups.
Really?
I think it's like
Like
89,
based on
maybe?
based on Marvel's The Punisher? Or?
Yep. Plays Frank Castle, the Punisher. Player 2 is Nick Fury.
Oh, of course.
Like, classic grizzled eye patch. Like, grey temple Nick Fury. I miss that Nick Fury.
Hey, I'm not sure if he's back yet or not.
It's like Samuel Jackson's Nick Fury is good and everything, but it's also Samuel Jackson. Like, it's what's the character? The character is Samuel Jackson. I absolutely want like more like grizzled cigar chomping Nick Fury.
Nobody gets to have cigars anymore.
Everybody should get to have cigars. They should
I
have
don't even
done
think
that.
Wolverine smokes anymore.
Wolverine did smoke in one of the X-Men movies, and I can't remember which one it was. I have a very vivid image in my head of him with a stogie.
Hugh Jackman with a cigar, yeah.
Yeah, with a stogie. Like, it was a massive missed opportunity for Multiverse of Madness to not have David Hasselhoff as Nick Fury.
Oh, that would have been great.
Reprising his role as Nick Fury. Have you ever actually seen that?
Yes, I have.
It is awful, but, like, he looks the part.
Amazing.
He looks the part.
Yeah. I mean, as much as David Hasselhoff can.
That had spent long enough not working that I thought we had to do something else.
I know, right? It's like, oh wait, bombs. Bombs exist. Well, I mean, the door doesn't give you any feedback for just shooting it normally.
Which is weird, because, like, everything else that can be damaged like that does. Wow, they're really crawling all over the Metal Slug. I think we finally found, like, just how many is too many dudes. How many dudes is too many dudes? This many dudes.
This many dudes?
Did I jump into the Metal Slug after you jumped out?
Maybe?
Yeah, especially with
probably shouldn't stand in front of that.
Yep. Especially with, like, the focus on multiverse for the more recent Marvel movies anyway. They should absolutely see about doing alternate interpretations of the characters. When the alternate interpretations are different characters.
Oh, yeah.
Like, let's bring in xenophobic Deadpool. You remember that?
Xenophobic's Deadpool? Nuh-uh.
Ultimate Deadpool, who, like, wasn't
Oh.
comedic, he didn't break the fourth wall, he was just incredibly racist to mutants.
Yeah, no, I think most things in the Ultimate Universe can just stay forgotten.
I'm not even going to joke with you, I absolutely agree. Like, Spider-Man was the best part of the Ultimate Universe.
Yeah, well.
And then he died.
Spider-Man existed before Mark Miller ruined it.
Yeah.
And you almost can't even say that Miles Morales is a good part of the Ultimate Universe, because, honestly, the comics have been the worst things that he's been in.
But they sold. We have to give that credit the same way that we technically have to give Rob Liefeld credit for creating Deadpool and Cable.
I guess. But yeah, like, Miles has been way better in video game and animated movie form than he has ever been in a comic book.
You know what I'll absolutely agree about with Miles Morales being better in everything except the comic? The Prowler.
The Prowler, what?
The Prowler is much better in every adaptation, like over the comics. It's like the comic Prowler was.
Which Prowler?
His uncle.
No, okay, so not Hobby.
No.
Jesus.
Like, the comic was like, oh yeah, no. His uncle finds out that he's Spider-Man and then blackmails him with it. Like, it's both a better...
kind of a dick thing to do.
Yeah, it's like, it's both a better character and a more interesting villain when the Prowler is a bad guy who cares about his nephew.
Yeah, I thought they did him pretty good in the game.
Yeah, he's good in both Miles Morales and in Into the Spider-Verse.
Yeah. He's, there's nuance.
Mm.
Oh, we're on a boat. I don't know what I'm supposed to be shooting.
It's like the thing of, like, remember when Norman Osborn actually gave a shit about Harry?
No.
There were points. I'm specifically thinking of the drug overdose that Harry had. When Spidey lured the Goblin to Harry in the midst of having a drug overdose.
Okay. Yes, there was one time in the 70s where Norman Osborn cared about Harry.
There was one time. Yeah, you can probably jump back on that machine gun.
I figured you wanted to turn.
No, I'm going my pistol. I can just keep mashing. What I'm built for. Yeah, Morden does not allow his soldiers to execute reasonable, realistic maneuvers.
What doesn't?
Morden, the general.
Oh.
These fuckers are throwing bikes at us.
I really do feel like these torpedoes have more health than they should.
It's the brilliance of Metal Slug's difficulty design. It feels doable until you get to the final mission. Because like other arcade games will like start off as like just money munchers, quarter munchers, dollar munchers, like however much they cost to play. Others will escalate
you into a false sense of security.
Yeah, like others will like escalate really quickly. Metal Slug does it really well in that it's all doable until you hit the final mission. But by the final mission, it's like, oh, you're on the final mission. You've got to keep pumping quarters and you're almost there. And it's like, it's absolute genius. Why am I in the water? I jumped. Why did I end up below?
I'm back.
They're just throwing. they're just throwing dudes with swords,
falling down with their knives.
Yeah.
Rah! So how do you even get down there? 'Cause we can't go back.
That's bullshit that we can go back until the point where the guy would be.
Yeah. Like, why even have that there? No. D button should be a dodge roll.
D button should be something. My thought has always been like make it the button that makes you jump out of the metal slugs. Because like, how do you get out of the metal slugs? You hold up and jump, but that also self-destructs
I
the
mean, that
metal
makes
slug.
sense. Oh, you mean just like a manual release?
Yeah, but it's like if you jump out of the metal slug, it self-destructs the metal slug. But what if you're aiming upwards and also shoot? Like that's too easy to have happen. Time Crisis 1 was a hell of a thing to try and do in a single credit. Because Time Crisis 1 was also like the only game in the series where if the time ran out, that was game over. It did not matter how many lives you had. They changed that for Time Crisis 2 and beyond, but the first one, you ran out of time, game over.
Oof.
That said, fucking love Time Crisis. So
Oh, yeah.
good.
Time Crisis is so good. You put a lot of quarters into that as a kid.
I had the home version, and I actually had the gun controller. That brief period when I was a child where we had, like, the gun controller and the game and a TV that we could plug it into. Like that, and I had Point Blank 2 as well. And it's like, if you haven't played Point Blank, man... Imagine WarioWare with a gun controller. It's so much fun, and it's 2-player.
Oh, come on.
Man, you had somewhere you could rent the gun come from?
I think like Blockbusters and stuff used to do that.
Like, we could rent games over here, but like consoles and controllers was way less common. I don't think I ever saw controllers like rentable. Well, check out the rental section of local grocery store had it. Rentals were how I played like Mario Party and GoldenEye. There was a point where my mum worked at a rental store, so we could just rent shit for
Mission
free.
all over.
Oh, you got more points than... Put your name in, Teek. Metal Slug, featuring Bourne and William Shatner's Tech War. Metal Slug was always so dumb. And it's one of the best parts about it.
Yeah, it really is a shame that like they've just kind of stopped.
I always kind of hope it'll make a comeback. I mean, King of Fighters made kind of a comeback. Although, make the argument, was King of Fighters ever actually gone?
King of Fighters just keeps rolling on. Just quietly rolling on.
It surprises me that we're on 15, because there was such a long period between 13 and 14. But they brought back Samurai Showdown as well, didn't they? And that did pretty well. Showdown's success, like success of the revival of it, is why I keep saying Capcom should do stuff other than a Street Fighter. They bring back one of their other fighting games, see how well that does.
I'm really kind of surprised that Capcom hasn't come out with like a Darkstalkers in that. Oh, shoot, who makes BlazBlue?
Arc System works.
Arc System. Make a Darkstalkers in that Arc System Works style where, you know, it's the 3D, 2D, 2D and 3D.
Yeah. They'd have to make a new Darkstalkers first. At this point,
Well,
I think there's been more
what I'm saying.
collections of Darkstalkers games than there have been Darkstalkers games.
Oh, easily. Because there's only like what, 3 like unique Darkstalkers games, right?
I think it comes to 5 in total.
Maybe 5. Yeah, maybe.
The naming of the entire thing is weird because there's like Night Warrior, Vampire
Night
Savior,
Warrior, Vampire Save. Yeah.
Vampire Hunter.
I actually may have it sorted out on my backlog list.
Well, that Capcom Fighting Collection, it's like all the Darkstalkers and like 3 other games. That collection they released recently.
Mm-hmm.
Peace forever.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, you have Darkstalkers the Night Warriors and Vampire Savior. Those are 2 versions of the same game. You got Night Warriors, Darkstalkers Revenge, and then Darkstalkers Chronicle the Chaos Tower.
Darkstalkers Chronicle the Chaos Tower is the PSP collection compilation.
Yeah.
Alright, let's quit out of this. You want to do Darkstalkers?
You can do Darkstalkers.
Do they have Darkstalkers? Vampire Hunter, Darkstalkers Revenge. It's probably going to be the Japanese version, isn't it? So it'll be like Vampire Savior.
Vampire Hunter,
Vampire Savior,
let's see.
Lord of the Vampire. Yeah, it's
the first
the Japanese one. 9705119.
Yes.
Gotta find. This is probably like a friends thing. There's someone here called Clint Hazard.
Clit Hazard?
Clint Hazard.
Oh,
As
Clint
like,
Hazard.
Not Clit Hazard. You're awful. And
I know.
And we could never stop calling Clem that. There he is. It's our good friend Clint.
I don't know. I got sent to a waif somehow.
There we go, I got you.
Where are you? There you are.
Yeah. It's our good friend Clit Hazard.
Clit Hazard. I don't even see you in the list here.
Yeah, I went through it like twice and found you. Teek accepts the challenge. I keep saying, like, Capcom needs to bring Darkstalkers back. It's such a good idea that they never did anything with. Is this going to load? There we go. Mecha-chrono
have to remap everything.
Oh god, oh god, we do. Oh.
So this is why I want my my Genesis controller working.
That's a week.
There we go.
Wait, no, I had square, triangle. So is this loading for you? Because it's just on black screen for me.
Yeah, no, it's just there.
Alright, let's click out of it. Try it again.
Try her again.
Teek accepts the challenge.
Jeez, you literally cannot be available for more than a second before you just get bombarded with challenges.
I didn't get any challenges. Alright, so I'm in. Are you in?
I'm in. My controller isn't.
Did you
Did it?
set it? Does this
I
not
did.
have a timer?
There we go. All right, I just got to change everything again.
Alright. You know what's super weird to me about this?
Hmm.
There isn't a timer for the character select.
That is weird.
There is a timer for the character select. It's invisible.
There's no countdown for the character select.
Well, I guess I'm the main character of Darkstalkers.
Are you? Are you really?
Well, that's how it started.
Isn't he supposed to be the boss? He's like the boss of the first one, right?
I'm sure Dimitri is supposed to be like the lead character.
I'm reasonably confident he's the boss of the first game.
Jedda's the boss of the third. But Dimitri, like, whenever Morrigan wasn't the representative, it was Dimitri.
Well, yeah.
Which happened, like, twice. And then Injustice stole this idea of, like, the health bars working between rounds. How you doing, Clem?
Flint Hazard.
Yeah, we saw a guy in the list for Darkstalkers 3. Labeled, like, the name was Clint Hazard. I had to double check it for a second. I was like, is Clem in here somewhere? Has Clem secretly been playing Fightcade? Dimitri always really reminds me of Slayer from Guilty Gear.
Do you ever watch the Darkstalkers OAV?
No, I've heard tales of it.
Yeah, there's a 4-episode anime. It's not bad.
Here
A
it
new
comes, a new challenger.
Do I get nope.
You do not. Oh, it's the Japanese names. So you're Zabel instead of El Raptor.
Huh. But yeah, there's a 4-episode anime OAV, and then there's a US cartoon that ran on USA.
I've heard really bad things about the cartoon.
I don't remember that I've ever actually seen it. It was, I mean, I assume it was probably a follow-up, or the same people that made the Street Fighter one from USA.
Which I've heard was also really bad.
Yeah, it was all right. It was kind of writing off of the movie. It's more of a kind of a adaptation of the movie than the games.
That's weird, because you can't do an adaptation of the movie without Chun-Li's shower scene. The fights in that movie were
No. The Jean-Claude Van Damme movie.
Oh, that movie.
That movie.
Well, you can't do an adaptation of that without Jean-Claude Van Damme's shower scene. I'm sorry, I'm thinking of Time Cop. Remember Time Cop was a thing? And was like one of Jean-Claude Van Damme's best movies, and now nobody ever talks about it?
I don't know that I've ever actually seen Time Cop.
Finish handgun, knife run of RE4 on standard, wish you did it on assisted. Yeah, let's be John Talbane. Or Gallon. S plus rank, start with assisted, feel how fast you be. That's fair.
So we're talking about the dark cinematic universe, the dark universe or whatever.
No, we weren't.
At some point we were.
No, we were not.
Yeah. The Dracula movie and Universal's failure to launch.
Wasn't that like last week?
Yes.
We weren't talking about it this week.
No, I didn't.
Like,
I didn't say we were talking about it this week. I said we were talking about it.
We were talking. You remember that time 17 years ago where we mentioned the Brendan Fraser movie?
Yes.
All right, but go on.
That would be a Darkstalkers movie, basically, right?
Darkstalkers would be a better interpretation of it.
I mean, yeah, but that's what you would do is, any one of these characters, most of these characters could probably carry their own movie. And then you just bring them together.
Yes, my first win.
Yay, I get to change characters.
It's still funny to me with, like, the Dark Universe, how they try to start it so many times, and we're always like, oh wait, no, that wasn't good enough, let's do a real start, and it always just got worse. I mean, with that, I guess you'd have to... Would you say Dracula Untold is worse than the Wolfman?
I did not see the Wolfman.
It's kind of boring. Which is really disappointing, because, like, oh yeah, the cast is made up of, like, Benicio del Toro, Anthony Hopkins, Hugo Weaving, Emily Blunt. Like, it's a good cast, and it's boring. Yeah, how you doing, Nelson? Teek isn't talking right now, he's focusing.
I'm focused. I mean, I don't have anything to say. I already said I did not see the Wolfman.
No, you say hello to Nelson.
Oh, hi, Nelson.
There you go. Teek said
I'm
hello,
not watching
Nelson.
chat.
Teek doesn't have chat up right now, and also, like, we're playing fighting games, so we can't really look at chat all that much.
I do have chat, I'm just not looking at it.
It is fair. I'm playing this in windowed mode because, like, I remember before stream where I tried to full screen it and the whole thing just crashed.
I always play in window mode.
But I've got it in windowed mode now with the thing on the side, the stream chat. Do an S Plus run on New Game Plus for anything but professional. Doesn't the game specifically say you can't get S Plus on New Game Plus? Did you just pick random?
Yeah.
Yeah, like the Wolfman, it had like a good cast, and it's just boring. But then, well, it's just professional. Fair enough. Then Dracula Untold. I enjoyed Dracula Untold. Did you ever see that one, Teek?
I did see Dracula Untold. That was mid. It was like fine. Not offensively bad, but not particularly good.
Oh, I'd never say it's a masterpiece of cinema, but I enjoyed it well enough. But it's funny to me, like, oh yeah, no, the Wolfman didn't do well enough. Then we're going to make Dracula Untold the start of the Dark Universe, and then that doesn't do well enough, so they say, yeah, no, we'll make the Mummy the start.
Just do the Mummy.
And then that was, like, the worst one.
Apparently the video game.
Yeah, the Mummy Remastered. Yeah, it's supposed to be a really good Metroidvania. Good. I finally picked it up on PC.
A while ago.
I'd been after getting it on Switch for a while, but it doesn't drop to good prices on Switch.
You know what I want to see in a werewolf movie? So, you know how, like, basically every werewolf story is, oh, I'm this, repressed guy, and then the werewolf brings out all the impulses, the dark impulses I have, and yada,
I've seen
yada, yada.
The Howling, yes.
I want to see a werewolf character where that is the opposite, where somebody who has like just basically no impulse control already, like is just like chronically just impulsive, gets bitten by a werewolf, and the werewolf curse does like really nothing about his inner inhibitions because there's nothing repressed to express. So when he does become a werewolf, he's just kind of chill and in complete control.
Yeah. So what you're saying is you want a werewolf movie featuring Great Ape Vegeta?
I don't know that's the character I would go for.
But it's basically the idea you're saying, right? Like, you've got Goku and Gohan as great apes, then you've got Vegeta as a great ape.
Oh, where he's like in control. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well. Yeah, like I would not describe Great Ape Vegeta as chill.
No, but like totally in control.
Yeah.
You want to call this the last fight for this one, Teek?
Sure. What are we doing next?
Do you want to pick
Also,
again?
how do you do supers?
The situation for Darkstalkers with that's always been weird. I've never entirely understood it.
Yeah.
Alright. Do you want to pick one?
Not really.
Alright. Do we have Tekken? Tekken 3 Special on the Mega Drive, or Virtua Fighter 2 versus Tekken 2 on the Mega Drive?
What?
I don't understand.
Those can't be real.
They are going to be bootlegs or hacks. Mortal Kombat. Of course, I mentioned it. Because Teek likes classic Mortal Kombat, and I'm always like, the MK trilogy is bad. So if you type in Mortal Kombat, Teek, on the top row, on the right, there is Mortal Kombat 1. I suggest we go through the MK trilogy.
Mortal Kombat Rev 5.0?
Yep. Not
God, you're gonna make me do this on a 360 controller?
What was that?
You're gonna make me do this on a 360 controller?
You could do it on the Mega Drive controller, couldn't you? Mortal Kombat's a 5-button game.
I could, but it doesn't connect, remember?
Ah, okay.
That's why I'm using the 360 controller.
I thought you were still using the I thought you were using the Mega Drive controller. My punch, block. It's always weird that Mortal Kombat's a 5-button fighter. Ooh.
That'll work.
Let me turn off. You guys don't see what I'm doing with my. Kano.
A mercenary, thug, extortionist thief, Kano lives a life of crime and injustice. He is a devoted member of the Black Dragon, a dangerous group of cutthroat madmen, feared and respected throughout all of... I can't read the last line.
You know, it's actually interesting. I'm looking at the stream and it's cutting off the bottom.
Yeah.
Because it's a bigger display. That'll probably be fun.
Yeah.
Offer expires November 1st, 1993.
Oh yeah, you're cut off like the bottom, I don't know, 10% of your screen.
It's not much, it'll be fine. Remember this classic Mortal Kombat theme? And like anybody remembers now is like
Oh,
in Mortal
you're
Kombat.
cutting off a
Some
good
of the
chunk of
side
the
as well.
side
Yeah, I see
too.
it. Let me grab it real quick.
Yeah, just go ahead and you should be able to just grab it and bring it in. There you go. All right, ready?
No, give me a second. Just a little bit. All right, that'll be fine. On 3.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, go.
Go.
I don't know any of the fatalities. Clem, give me fatalities,
Jesus.
quick. You know, one thing you can appreciate going back to the original MK is how many of the moves have remained the same inputs.
Yeah, that is nice.
I'm Raiden. I need you to do it quick before I beat the shit out of Teek. Up my face.
Scorpion, win.
Forward, back, 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 high punch. Thank you, Clint.
Matt, I hate how when you teleport, it instantly reverses, the facing.
Yeah.
So when I'm trying to teleport punch, it doesn't go.
I don't remember the input for it, Nelson.
Oh.
I pressed back once. No, I pressed back twice. I should have pressed it 3 times.
Yep, that is how that works.
I'm gonna play as Raiden again. So that I can do this fatality. Hopefully.
What's the spine rip?
Yes, Clem, if you could just, like, have the list up for us and throw in the fatalities for us as we play the characters, that would be above and beyond, and I would very much appreciate it. And then be ready for MK2 with its much bigger character roster. I feel like I did this wrong.
What?
That's not right.
There we go.
Sub-Zero wins.
Forward, down, forward, high punch.
I mapped these buttons wrong, I know. I can feel it. Look at those guards in the background, they look tiny.
I'm trying to remember what his slide is.
Does he have
like
the slide
down-
in the first one?
Down, low kick, block? No?
Excellent, I appreciate that, Clem. Thank you so much. So Raiden's fatality in this is the explode. Sub-Zero's will be the spine rip though. Clem, I can't click on that.
Oh.
People posted too much and I lost the fatality.
It was forward, back, 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 high punch.
I was trying to double check and you died.
Yeah, there's not a lot of time here.
I will also be Sub-Zero. Forward,
There
down,
can't
forward,
be 2
high punch.
Sub-Zeros. That's impossible.
Me fail English? I'm impossible.
I feel like the forward, or yeah, down to forward punch. The ice beam is very hard to pull off for some reason.
I'm not having trouble with it.
I definitely am.
You're using a 360 controller?
Yeah.
That might be
But
why.
well,
I'm using the
I'm using the
Series.
analog stick.
Oh, that also might be why. I always use the D-pad for these. Like, one of the hardest parts for me about actually playing these games in arcade is using the joystick. Alright, Clint, we'll be here when you get back. Teek and I are doing a 24-hour arcade marathon.
Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, I've only just informed Teek. Remember how Goro was, like, super cool in 92?
Yeah, see? I'm trying here. Hold on, let me switch to D-pad. God, even now. It's high punch, right?
I'm using low punch.
Oh, it's low punch. Oh, that's probably why.
Oh, that explains everything.
Oh, okay.
Shang Tsung was a pushover by comparison. And then MK2 came along and was worse. Like, Kintaro was a massive problem. And... oh, he got it. He got the fatality.
Sub-Zero wins.
Like, Kintaro was a problem, and then Shao Kahn was worse. And then UMK3 was worse than that.
Shao Kahn's a dick.
Shao Kahn is the worst part of Mortal Kombat. But Shao Kahn's also great.
Scorpion.
I'm gonna try and do Raiden's again. Thank you, Clem. Where is Raiden there? Forward, back, 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 high punch. Alright. Yeah, and then UMK3 was like, oh hey, Motaro, who is worse than Goro and Kintaro.
Scorpion wins.
And then Shao Kahn.
I don't know, all of them is just like finding a character that can just cheese them into an infinite cycle.
I think it crashed.
Yeah, are you... I mean, I'm here.
I'm here, but like, I think the game crashed.
Oh. Now it's not having a good time.
Hmm. Because it was on 69 seconds. God damn it. Alright, let's try and load that back up, have a bit more fun with it. And then we'll jump into MK2. At Teek, looks like a good USA connection. Rare thing, would love to play you. It's
Yeah, see,
reset
this is why
the inputs.
I wish that you could just stay on away.
The entire thing's an awkward setup.
Let's see. Oh, it looks like my inputs are all the same.
Mine completely reset. I've had to set them again.
It is kind of weird that there's no there we go.
Raiden.
No friend list or anything.
Yeah, no friend list. You've got to join a community to play a game. Making yourself available to everyone. It's a weird setup. You remember Raiden's ending for this game?
Where he destroys the world?
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, no, I'm gonna join the Mortal Kombat tournament to see how good I am.
Well, and that's the whole thing. And I've been saying for years, it's something that
Wins.
I wish, all of these continual adaptations and reimaginings of Mortal Kombat would lean into again is the original story of Raiden, isn't some protector of Earth. He's just a bored god that thought it would be fun to, mess around with the mortals.
See, I get that, but I also think, like, the Protector God is fine, but if they leaned into how it was in the movie, where he was also a sarcastic dick, it would be better. I love Christopher Lambert's portrayal of Raiden.
I feel like the best we could ever possibly get is them splitting the difference and have him, like, pretending to be just a random bored god while he's actively trying to, teach people.
Have I got an infinite?
You back off.
I have an infinite. Let me just stand. Let me get you into a corner and then continuously knee you in the dick.
Okay, why? What the fuck?
We broke the
Excuse
game,
me?
Teek. We broke the game. Teek, we broke the game. Alright, what is it? Forward, back, back, back. God damn it.
You gotta know these before you do the killing blow. You do not have time to read them afterwards.
I didn't read them, I recalled it from memory. Alright, fine, I'm going with Johnny Cage. Not Jean-Claude Van Damme. Like, it's the weird thing with Mortal Kombat. So much of its actual lore came from the movie.
Oh, yeah.
Scorpion wins.
I don't know Johnny Cage's moves.
He's
I found
got-
his shadow
yeah,
kick.
He's got that.
But I always forget that Mortal Kombat has a block button.
I mean, why would you ever use it?
Most fighting games
The block-
don't have it. It's usually
The
just
block
like a,
the block button is
neutral.
just for the CPU.
the CPU doesn't use the block button. The CPU blocks without blocking.
No, that's true.
Mortal Kombat is the most unfair game to play a computer
Oh,
against.
damn it! I hit the wrong button.
One more fight.
All right.
Scorpion.
Test your might. Test might. You notice that we've both avoided Liu Kang because he has the lamest fatality?
Just the roundhouse kick.
It's not even a roundhouse kick, it's a
Yeah,
cartwheel
that's
into an uppercut.
Yeah, cartwheel. Did you see the thing they posted? Oh, right, probably a month or two ago. They, for the anniversary of Mortal Kombat, they got the mocap actors together and they did all these poses.
I did see something like that, yeah. Which is super cool. Did they get Daniel Pacino back?
I assume he's what, the Johnny Cage and ninjas.
I think he was Johnny Cage. He was definitely Johnny Cage. He was probably also someone else. Because he had, like, serious beef with them at the time over, like, not being paid enough, given the success of the game. I pressed the wrong fucking punch.
Yep.
This is because I remapped my controls. Well, Teek got a fatality.
I got a fatality. Yay.
MK2?
Sure.
Rev 3.1. Gotta say, I'm really impressed with. Yeah, MK2 is a much bigger list. It has. What is it? Two sets of
uh,
12.
yeah.
Gotta put them all back in.
Okay. 500 years ago, Shang Tsung was banished to the Earth Realm. With the aid of Goro, he was to unbalance the Furies and doom the planets to a chaotic existence. By seizing control of the Shaolin Temple, he tried to tip the scales of order towards chaos. Only 7 warriors survived the battles, and Shang Tsung's scheme would come to an end at the hands of Liu Kang. Facing execution for his failure and the apparent death of Goro, Tsung convinces Shao Kahn to grant him a second chance. Shang Tsung's new plan is to lure his enemies to compete in the Outworld, where they will meet certain death by Shao Kahn himself. They do not give you enough time to read those.
Nope. Like, what an intro. Like, da, 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 da.
Yeah.
Like, MK2 is such a step above MK1. It's unbelievable.
Oh yeah. It really sets the tone of the franchise for, well, basically from that and through 3, and then 4 changes everything, and then it gets real funky after that.
I think MK2 is the best of the original trilogy.
I mean, probably. Let's see.
The good news is we can both get a fatality here.
There we go. Jax without the metal arms. That's another thing. They always like
Here we go. Here
do
we
a
go.
thing with about like Jax, getting his arms ripped off or something, or shaming him for getting metal arms, and in between 2 and 3, it's like no, he just realized, no man, I want some metal arms.
He just realized, shit, I'm the only black guy here. I'll need something to keep me going.
Yeah, I got friggin' magical ninjas and shit. I need an edge. What is his little sonic boom attack?
I do not play Jax.
I keep just thinking it's Guile.
I'm looking at his fatality for Sub-Zero. It's like, I shut up, part 1, part 2. What?
Part 1. Oh yeah. The fatalities get harder.
You know
Fatality
what?
to ice grenade.
Yeah, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna throw you in the acid pit.
Hold low punch, forward. Oh no! You did not throw me in the acid pit.
Is it a button combination in this one?
Yeah. It's always a.
It wasn't in the
A
original.
special combo. Yeah. No, it always is.
Mortal Kombat Trilogy is like the worst of the original style games. Yeah, like you look at that Johnny Cage face, that's Daniel Pesina.
He looks mad.
Raiden with this weird blue poncho they put on him. I never liked Raiden's MK2 design. This is how I beat Shao Kahn in MK9. Like, that final fight where you play as Raiden versus Shao Kahn, the only way I was ever able to do it was to...
Is just keep teleporting?
It was to work out the tells for his attacks and teleport out of the way of them. Even then, it's not a guarantee. Low kick for 6 seconds. What a weird fatality. I have to pull out a fatality at some point, or this is just going to be embarrassing. It's like, yeah, I can win. Can you do the fatalities? No. I think every character added in MK2 was like a winner. Like, it's a really good cast.
Yeah, I mean, there's Baraka.
Baraka is a win. Don't you at me.
Nut punch.
There we go. I found my hat throw. I almost pulled that back. Random falls, his hat comes off. Yeah, but then he teleports back on with, like, back up with it in place. His hat is made of him. How do you do Kung Lao's spin? Was that in this?
I'm waiting for Clem to put up Scorpion.
I'm waiting for Kung Lao. At this point, it's anybody's game. It's okay, I finally used the block button. Any balances were in this game?
Oh.
Too close. I looked at it, it was like, great, I can pull that off. And I did it, and I was too close. Outside sweep range. Damn, I'm gonna lose this one now. Pulled it out.
Why did did you see the teleport punch failed again?
I did. It might have
That
something
would've
to do with,
gotten
like,
you.
the screen range?
It could be. That would have absolutely had you.
Probably would, yeah. Not my face. You think it's weird that, like, all the characters they shoehorned into Mortal Kombat Annihilation, they didn't put Kung Lao in there?
I mean, what do you do with Kung Lao, honestly?
You give him a hat. Why can't I do a fatality? I'm so bad at this. Forward, 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 low kick, outside sweep range. You know, if we could do like a co-op playthrough of Shaolin Monks, that'd be fantastic.
Did that have co-op?
Yeah, it was full co-op. You ever play Shaolin Monks?
I've never played Shaolin Monks.
It's the
like most
retelling.
people.
It's the retelling of MK2. Quan Chi didn't exist until Mythologies, but in like the main series, he doesn't appear until 4.
That combo did half of my life bar.
Excellent.
That was like just 4 punches.
Aye. What is outside sweep?
It's being outside sweep distance.
I thought I was.
It's got to be like just outside sweep.
I hate sweep distance as a designator to begin with. But yeah, Quan Chi was introduced in Mythologies and appeared in MK4.
See, how the fuck did that work? I was behind you. Get real sick of your teleporting bullshit.
There's you trying to pull off your teleporting bullshit. Are you sick of my teleporting bullshit because your teleport bullshit isn't working?
Yes.
Yeah.
And mine goes side to side. It doesn't go up. That's a difference.
But you keep catching me in my teleport, though. Like, I go up, and there's so much time you have to catch me with it. And you have been. But yeah, Quan Chi didn't exist in Mortal Kombat until Mythologies and 4. Quan Chi being around at this time period is a retcon.
Oh, come on.
I hate this game. Oh look, it's Blaze and Hornbuckle. Hey, it's Dan Forden.
Didn't they retcon that so that, like, Blaze is like some kind of uber powerful god that decides the fate of the universe?
Yes, that was Mortal Kombat Armageddon.
Why?
There it is.
What? Oh, block up high punch. I'm trying to get a fucking... Oh, shit.
Reptile was a good addition. Like, he was another ninja.
Does he really count as an addition?
Well, he gets his own moveset in this.
Yeah.
In Mortal Kombat 1, if you got to him, he only had a combination of Scorpion and Sub-Zero.
Sub-Zero, yeah. Let's see, where's this... Okay, what's this little ball thing? Yeah, I know. Oh, on the acid spit.
No, the costume colors are always set. If two players choose the same character, player 2 gets a darker color of the standard costume. Now, do you remember how it had to be like a specific update for Street Fighter to allow 2 people to play as the same character?
For what, 5?
No, for 2. Like, originally, like, you couldn't have 2 people play the same character.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
And I think when they did add it, it was a cheat code. I hate this game.
Did you forget to high punch too?
No, I pressed high punch. It's like, was I just not in the right range?
Probably. You look like you might be a little farther out.
Yeah, in MK1 and 2, like, it's more reasonable that they use the same character palette for the three ninjas, because it's only 3 by MK2. By Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3, it's too much.
there are too many. Well, I mean, there's more in MK2.
No, there's only 3 in 2.
There's Noob Sabat and Smoke.
Are they in 2?
Yeah. And Jade's in this too.
Jade's a secret character, though, and she's basically just doing the reptile
I mean, all
thing.
3 of them are secret characters.
Yeah, but Jade's doing, like, the reptile, but with breasts thing.
Oh shit! I can't. God damn it! I'm hitting every goddamn button but high punch. Ah.
This entire thing has just been Scorpion.
Yeah, it's just we're just trying to get Scorpion's goddamn fatality off. Cyrex in 3. Yeah, he just blows up the entire goddamn planet. Why not?
Yeah, with his fatality. The fatality is by 3, though. Like, 2 has a little bit of silliness with them.
They got really silly.
Yeah. 2 has a little bit of silliness with Johnny Cage's 3-head uppercut, which is a secret fatality anyway. That's a reference to a glitch
isn't one
in
of Liu
MK1,
Kane's
though.
like summoning a Mortal Kombat arcade machine and using it to crush?
I think that's 3.
Yeah.
Oh, like, I know it's 3. I don't think it was in this one, though.
Oh no, it's not in this one. This is just the Dragon Chomp.
Yeah, the dragon that make up for the lame fatality he had in the first game. God damn it.
Okay, well I did it, and did not work. I actually hit the high punch button this time. It is still high punch, right?
As far as I'm aware.
Up, high punch.
I
block.
think it was 3 up.
Is it 2 up?
It's 2 up. 2 up high punch.
2 up high punch.
I think Melina's a good addition.
I've never really cared for her.
I like Melina as an idea.
I mean, yeah, like she's just kind of one note.
So are most of the characters, though.
Yeah.
They got more in depth in like Deadly. One thing Deadly Alliance and Deception in particular, like really had going for the series was the variety and just depth of character motivations. And it's one thing the series really lost with the reboot.
Did the SNES have one button fatalities?
Apparently, is a code you could put in. I was never aware of it.
I've never heard of that either.
I know Mortal Kombat 11 has it as microtransactions that you can buy a limited number of easy fatalities. And then once you've used them all up, you've got to buy more. I'm looking at the camera as I say that, and it's like the camera's not on.
Oh. That probably wasn't a half screen away. Really need to Reptile MK2.
Yeah, there's plenty of space for it, but like Teek's not having his camera on. I was like, yeah, that's fine. I don't care.
Oh, he has a slide. Back loop. Oh wait, I'm not on the window. Ha! He stole that from Sub-Zero.
Punch, 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 punch. That attack has always been weird to
Shoot!
me.
I'm not on.
Oh, okay.
There we go. Does this, when it hits, flip you over? Yep. That was always cool.
Is the backhand more insulting than the fatality?
Oh, they did have friendships and bibalities in this game, didn't they?
I knew they had friendships because MK3 has a specific thing of friendships. If you do a friendship, it's like, friendship? Again?
Friendship again?
Well, I thought babalities came in 3, because 3 got, like, really
Nope, this one has
excessive
the
with it.
bibalities.
Yeah. These are my principles. If you don't like them,
Hold on.
I have others.
Okay.
Remember Mortal Kombat Annihilation where they gave Katana the fans and she had like one fight scene? No, that's not true. She had 2. Because she got to fight Sindel at the end. I love Mortal Kombat Annihilation. It's so bad.
I did not know that this move existed. Look at this.
What, the scissor kick?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been around for a while.
I never knew that move was a thing.
It's one of those things, like, when I saw it in later games, because later games give you the moves list, I was like, why does Scorpion have this weird ability? And then, like, you look into it and it's like, oh no, it was there from, like, this early?
Yeah. Haha!
You see what I mean about the unclear distance of sweep?
Yeah, the sweep range, I think that's supposed to be outside of sweep. Because I was definitely outside of sweep.
Alright, you want to do UMK3?
Sure.
For the record, to, like, everybody, UMK3 is, like, actual fucking garbage. Revision 1.2. Oh, I could face Kim Jong-un in Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3.
You'll never win.
Frosty fights Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3. That picture is Suhao. The character that everybody with anything to do with Mortal Kombat hate. Apparently is like Ed Boon's most hated character.
Who? What?
Suhao is a character from Deadly
Suhao?
Alliance.
Must have been one of the new ones that never amounted to anything.
There were a bunch of characters in Deadly Alliance that just never came back.
Mm.
Suhao, Mavado. Like, there was some that became really popular, like Kenshi was popular, Boraicho was popular. Lee May was somewhat popular. Nitara appeared in the goddamn movie.
Oh, yeah. Gotta set the control. Okay.
I don't like the designs of the female ninjas in this one.
Well, with
The hair in a bun with the leotard with the breast window.
yeah.
I'm not overly fond of it. Jump in whenever you're ready, Teek.
Yep.
Please don't make me play Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3. Thank you.
There we go. Oh, hey, Ermac's up.
Ermac.
Let's see, who do I want to be?
Ermac.
Oh, they don't have human smoke.
Nah. Shiva's an interesting show.
Shiva is the very first Mortal Kombat 3 character I ever played.
Interesting. Is that because she's a Shokan and you were like, oh, we can play as them now?
Pretty much. I don't know. I was young and my parents went to like a gambling boat casino thing and left me in the arcade with a roll of quarters, and
I was young and I was horny and there was a woman with 4 arms and 2 breasts.
yeah, pretty much. I was like, oh, cool, you can play female Goro.
It's weird how MK11 made Shiva kind of hot.
Forgot all of her moves. Oh, hey, look what I can do. I can teleport now.
Oh god, that's like the worst fucking move. Don't. Oh. Like, it's unblockable. It's so hard to dodge. It's like the worst move.
Crap, that was... I didn't realize that was round 2 already.
These have a
Yeah,
distance to them.
that is a dick teleport. I forgot that she even had that.
Yeah. Ugh. Forward, forward, down, down, low kick.
That and that Noob Sabat's teleport throw.
Jade's
Which I think is
invincible run.
I think, oh god, yeah.
Like,
I
Jade's
think
invincible.
the Noob Sabat teleport throw is like how speedrunners play this.
Mm. Jade's like invincible run. Like, have you ever seen the button input for it?
Oh no, it's wild.
It's really crazy to pull off, but the computer will do it on a fucking
Yeah,
dime.
yeah. Computer can do it frame perfect. First time every time.
It's like, hey, did you want to play the arcade mode and climb the ladder in UMK3? Better hope Jade's not on there. I want to see if I can do the bicycle kick. Yes, I can. Not my ribs.
You got more.
We only have like 8 of those. The time for bicycle kick is always just insane. It's like hold high kick for like 6 seconds. Is it high kick or is it low kick? It's low kick. But it's like hold it for like 6 seconds.
Oh, that was not a lot of time. So, note to self, I can't kill you with the teleport stomp because the dismounting animation of the stomp eats up too much fatality time.
I love that noise that Liu Kang makes.
Oh yeah, it's great.
Please don't hurt me. Not my face. Is it... We talk about MK2, and MK2 introduced, like, every character in that was, like, a standout.
Hmm.
Is it... Do you think it's because of nostalgia that almost every character in MK3 keeps coming back?
I mean, I feel like MK3 being the last one where John Tobias was really creatively involved helps. Like there's a different level of quality in the MK story and characters, you know, when John Tobias was there and when he left.
Was there?
Yes.
Because, like, well, MK1 through 3 didn't really have good stories. Not gonna lie, that's kind of lame.
Well, you do one then.
Alright, I will.
Ermac has a cool story, kinda.
What, he's made up of the souls of like 1,000 people
Yeah.
Shao Kahn's killed?
Yeah, he's just Legion.
No, we didn't expect good stories. I wouldn't say that stories ever really matter to fighting games at this point. They only matter now because, like, fighting games desperately need single-player content.
Hmm.
I always feel like the flying... Okay, just steal scorpions, mate. I always feel like the flying kick should be like a distance closer, and then it never is. I couldn't see where the fatalities were. Yeah, I feel like almost everybody who is introduced in this game, like, keeps coming back, with, like, the exception of Striker.
Nobody likes Striker.
I liked Striker in MK9. I liked his design, I liked his personality. And it bothers me that he's one of those characters that appears in the background of story mode in MKX, but they don't do anything with him. And you can't play as him. But, you know, we desperately needed to play as Leatherface. I'm never not going to be salty about that.
About what?
About most of Mortal Kombat 10's roster being guest characters, and not even good guest characters. Like, Baraka should have been playable in MKX. You fight him
Yeah,
at one point in
probably.
the story. He's there.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, if he's, like, actually playable there. Okay, well, you got one.
Wins. Fatality.
Fucking hate
We
this.
didn't see it, but we got one.
It counts. It counts, damn it.
Ermac. Jax.
Jax's metal arms, which they shouldn't give you this close-up of them because they're so clearly drawn on.
Fight.
Yeah.
The fuck is this move? Why hasn't this move come back in like the modern games with Jax having rockets installed in his arms?
That'd be cool.
Why haven't these pants come back for Jax? Like obviously Lycra.
Ermac wins. Round 2. Fight.
I'm sorry, at what point did Jax get rocket fists?
Well, it replaced his Sonic thingy.
His Sonic Boom?
Yeah.
So, how good are you at Street Fighter, Teek?
Ermac wins.
Average.
You know, if we're gonna do another fighting game, it should probably be like one of the Marvel ones. Was Justice League Task Force released in arcade?
I could not tell you.
I feel like it probably wasn't. Striker's an interesting case. Because, like, apparently he was one of the favourites of one of the creators. It might have been John Tobias. But, like, all the players hated him. And so in UMK3, they made him more powerful. Like they buffed him in UMK3 so people would play him more. And that led to people hating him more.
Striker wins. Round 2. Fight.
I found
He
something.
has like, he has the machine gun that doesn't even have like a projectile to dodge. It just hurts you, right?
Yeah, it's just a hit scan.
That was always weird.
I have no idea how to do it. Wait a minute, back off a second, Teek. Look at how bad that roundhouse is.
I mean, he's a cop, not a martial artist.
The person playing it
This
is
is how you do
supposed to
it.
be, isn't it? I thought they got like professional martial artists or people who could look like they could do the moves to do the mocap.
Well, maybe they went for this, awkward kick specifically because they didn't want him to look like a trained martial artist.
Well,
he
he's
looks
supposed to be
like
like the
a
coolest
dude-
character.
He looks like a dude just trying to throw a kick.
Striker's so bad in this.
Striker wins. Sindel Ermac.
Sindel wearing the most Lycra.
Oh, I hated what they did
Fight.
in
MK11,
No,
where she's
Yes?
just outright a villain.
is that 11?
MK9 has the whole thing where she's a villain, but it's the same as this. Like, she's supposed to be being controlled by Shao Kahn.
Yeah,
But then 11's like, oh no, she's actually just the
she was
colossal
actually
bitch.
evil the whole time. Okay, yeah, not a fan. Because like it's way more interesting to
Wins.
have her, okay, she looks super evil, but she's actually not.
She's actually the nicest person.
Yeah. Who can scream your flesh off.
Yes.
Ermac wins.
Oh yeah, and the hair thing.
The hair was always weird. Annihilation doesn't focus on the hair at all. They do a little bit with
No.
the screaming, and that's it. Alright, you want to have one more round and switch to something else?
Sure.
He says just in time. Kung Lao's MK3 design is the one that keeps coming back, but I think his MK2 design was better.
What's the difference?
He has a shirt.
Oh.
That's different.
Wins. Round 2. Fight.
Run block, down.
Yeah, I forgot there was a run button in this.
I only know it's there because I had to map it. Yes!
Wins.
Dick.
That got super tense.
You know, the sweep into roundhouse used to work.
Yeah, but
It
then we
works
updated
great in
the software.
MK1. I think they lowered the range in MK2 and 3.
I could understand because the range on the sweep was ridiculous in MK1.
What the fuck?
God damn it.
Did you see that?
Yeah, you teleported behind me, but somehow
I
got caught
teleported
by the hat that I threw in
behind
front
you,
of me.
but somehow, yeah, got hit with the projectile in front of you. I'm calling shenanigans on that one.
As if Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3 was ever the most technically proficient of games.
Oof.
Alright, let's play something co-op this time. We've done fighting games for a while.
All right, what do we got?
You know what would actually be a good idea?
Huh.
X-Men.
The arcade game?
Yes, if I can find it. There we go. X-Men. You gotta scroll down a little bit, but it's underneath Mojo World. X-Men 2 players version EAA.
Oh, there it is.
We're the only 2 people in here. Teek accepts the challenge to play X-Men. Welcome to die.
Oh, you're gonna have to adjust your window again.
In the 21st century, evil mutants led by Magneto aim to destroy the world. Humans can do nothing against
So many credits.
the only
Wait, why are the credits going down?
What are you looking at?
The credits.
I'm seeing, like, the intro.
Look in the lower right corner.
Oh, yeah, no, I see it. I've got to remap these. Give me a second.
Hey, why am I Colossus?
Time
I
ran
don't want to
out.
be Colossus.
Time ran out, so it auto-selected us.
Ah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Wait, is there friendly fire? No, I guess just throwing sentinels at each other.
Alright, can we restart?
I would assume so. Oh shit.
Get moving. There's no option to just restart. Alright. Quit out. Challenge Teek again. So we can actually pick the character. So X-Men, the arcade game's pretty well known. Quick, Teek, pick your character. You've got 5 seconds.
I have to reset the control again. Why would you go straight for it?
led by Magneto aim to destroy the world.
Straight for what? Oh god. What, straight into the character select?
Yeah.
That's just how it loads up. When the game loads up, it's just straight on the character select. It's weird, and I don't know why, but it's what happens. Why do you think I had to set mine on the fly the first time?
Okay, well now I'm set.
Of all the characters, you chose Cyclops?
I like Cyclops.
You're like the only person.
Destroy the world. Humans can do nothing against the power of the
That's a good question. Like, why are the credits going down?
I don't know. When you hit it, does it go up?
Yes.
Weird. When I hit start, it goes down.
So this game's kind of like notable for being like the really good X-Men game that never came to console. Oh, it's Ninja.
Hey, Mr. Ninja.
Yeah, so like it's really notable for being the good X-Men game that never came to console. Do you know what it's actually based on?
What, this?
Yeah.
No?
It's not a comic adaptation. It's based on the Pride of the X-Men pilot
Oh, yeah, yeah.
from like 88 maybe?
With Australian Wolverine?
Ugh. I thought you were going to say Australian Pyro because he's the first boss. And I was like, Pyro's always been Australian, except in the movies. Where he was
Pyro
just generic
from
American.
the UK.
No, I'm sure Pyro's supposed to be Australian.
I thought he was British.
That's racist. Have that VHS somewhere?
My best friend used to have the VHS when we were kids, and then I had the Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends VHS with one episode had the Juggernaut fight, and the other one was Firestar's origin story.
That's a weird combination of characters.
What? Firestar, Iceman, and Spider-Man?
Yeah.
I guess they wanted Human Torch, but
I'd
couldn't
assume
get him
so.
for some reason, so they just created a new character out of scratch that was just the Human Torch, but girl.
I would have assumed it was more like they wanted Human
And a
Torch,
mutant.
but they had to have a woman.
Shut up, Pyro.
Pyro will do nothing.
Pyro will get bitch slapped by Cyclops. And remember, this is the 80s, and Cyclops didn't mess around.
Nightcrawler. Have you ever played the six player version of this?
I think maybe like once or twice, in an arcade.
It is an absolute clusterfuck. Well, Spider-Man was there to like sell the cartoon. That's why it's
Well,
Spider-Man
yeah,
and
'cause
His Amazing
was-
Friends.
Yeah, it's a Spider-Man cartoon. It is kind of funny though, because in the because they kind of do, Spider-Man versus Juggernaut, where it's just Spider-Man and he spends the entire episode just trying to find a way to bring Juggernaut down.
It told you
And-
needed to vote?
The weird thing is, one of the things he tries is luring him into a construction site and just dumping a bunch of concrete on him, which is how he does it in the comic. And like Juggernaut's in the comics is stuck in there for like months. In the show, Juggernaut just does this kind of like magic aura thing and evaporates the concrete off of him, and the fight continues.
Yeah, that's one of the powers of the Gem of Cyttorak.
Yeah. Concrete melting.
Yeah. You ever think about how it's like Juggernaut's powered by the Gem of Cyttorak, and one of Doctor Strange's most commonly used spells is the Crimson Bands of Cyttorak?
Crimson Pen. Yeah.
That's continuity.
Which, yeah, and I assume it's just like, because like I don't even think Cyttorak as a character existed until long after Juggernaut was around, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Like it was just something Doctor Strange said that they used to explain Juggernaut. Not entirely sure what limits there are to our mutant abilities. Oh, okay, it's that bar. How come I have so much life and you do not?
I don't know, but I'm not dying. I have mutant power. You know what Marvel
Energy.
arcade beat 'em up I had as a kid? Captain America and the Avengers.
Oof.
Nothing moves the blob.
So how many times has the Blob come up against Juggernaut in comics?
Gotta be a couple.
Because it's always like the unstoppable Juggernaut, the immovable Blob.
I think it may have happened in Chuck Austin's Uncanny Run.
Nothing moves the blob.
I don't even know if I'm hitting him.
This is like the start of X-Men Legends. G'day, Bob.
We have been taken by Magneto.
Oh, he's got blood.
Yeah.
Locate their base on Island M.
That or he ate like a hot dog and got ketchup down on.
X-Men. Magneto won't give me a napkin.
I like how Juggernaut's just like holding Kitty Pryde as though that's something, you could do.
I mean, if she's unconscious, sure. But, like, the minute she's not unconscious...
Yeah.
Oh god, are we on the Savage Land?
I mean, yeah, I guess. I don't know. I don't remember there being... Oh, wait, yes, I do remember there being dinosaur people in the Savage Land. Shit. There's like a
that's Kazar's
dinosaur
whole
version
thing.
of the X-Men down there.
Savage Land mutates as well.
Yeah, that was weird. That was one of the first story arcs that Claremont did when he came back to Uncanny after Morrison's run. Was he sent the X-Men down to the Savage Land, and they dealt with like just a literal dinosaur versions of the original 5. Was it the original? They did dinosaur versions of like a classic roster. I don't remember if it was the original 5 or the giant-sized team or what.
The giant-sized team was a good change up to the roster.
Oh yeah.
I mean, of course it was. It's why it's like just the de facto roster now. It's like, hey, do you want to do something with the X-Men? Cool. Are you going to use the original 5? No, we're definitely not going to have Angel.
It is kind of weird that there are two real landmarks that mark an explosion of popularity for the X-Men. Giant Size and then the Fox cartoon. And neither Angel or Iceman are part of either of those.
I think Iceman's popular enough when he appears. Angel's just always been kind of lame, is the problem, and you can't just keep doing Archangel. I mean, you could, but, like, they won't.
Yeah.
Because they're cowards. But then you also run the risk of, are you going to have to explain Apocalypse? Which, like, did you notice with X-Men Apocalypse, they never explained Apocalypse?
He's just an old mutant. They did just ignore the whole celestial tech. Which, hey, I suppose when they reintroduced the X-Men into when they introduced the X-Men into the MCU, they've already introduced the Celestials, so that avenue will be open.
Oh, here we go. It's Welcome to Die. You know, when they re-released this on PSN and Xbox Live Arcade, that brief period, they had to redo all the voices. They were not, like, they didn't have the rights to... Oh, fucking hell, the Wendigo?
What the hell is the Wendigo doing down here?
Good thing I'm playing as Wolverine. Yeah, they had to, like, re-record all the voices. They didn't have the rights to the original lines. So Kyle Bear voiced Magneto.
No, I'm out of eye juice. Okay, I have
Not my eye
again.
juice.
There
Help
we
me,
go.
Logan. My eye juice is gone.
Go and rescue Kitty from the cave.
Okay.
Floating apparition, go and rescue Kitty. Okay.
We must do what the giant floating head tells us.
You notice that Cyclops
Fire-breathing dinosaur
and
people.
Wolverine are the same size in this?
Well, I mean, yeah, because you're like even leaning forward. Oh yeah, they're pretty much right on.
We better move before they shoot missiles at us again.
Cyclops just stands up straighter.
So that would suggest that Cyclops is shorter.
Well, I mean, Cyclops is taller when we're walking. See? Berserker Rage!
That's like a barrage! That was like one of the smartest things Capcom ever did. It's like, oh hey, yeah, we're gonna make an X-Men fighting game. And also get the voice actors from the cartoon.
Yeah.
Completely unnecessary. Elevated it like a level above.
When's that sequel series coming out? Do you know?
I have no idea.
Is it out this year?
I've not paid any
I
attention
would
to any
hope
of it.
so.
But like, I remember the first time I heard about it with the casting was like 2 years ago.
Yeah. They did a thing at Comic-Con on it last year, so I would assume that it's got to be coming up pretty soon. Reminds me, I need to read that. Last Christmas, maybe 2 Christmases ago, I got the that history of the animated series kind of coffee table book.
Yeah.
I read through like the early development stuff on it. That cartoon, like the fact that it got made, is a minor miracle. Like with all the production and really every popular like cartoon of that time, the story behind it always seems to be, yeah, we were, mailing VHS tapes across the globe and, rushing them to get them to air as quickly as possible. And we were just going for it. It's like, how did anything ever get made?
Well, the Batman animated series existed basically entirely because of the popularity of the Burton movies.
That had Warner Bros. Money. Or that had Batman movie
That had
money
Warner Brothers
behind
in
it.
the 90s money.
Yeah, the X-Men animated series did not have Warner
Marvel
Brothers movie
in,
money
Marvel
behind
in
it.
the 90s money. Which was what, like $5 and a paperclip?
Well, I mean, the only reason they had paper clips was because Perlmutter would pull them out of the wastebaskets.
Ugh.
Did you see he finally got booted from Marvel? Well, from Disney entirely.
Not from Disney. I know they knocked him away from the Marvel control and gave that to Kevin Feige a few years ago.
He's out.
Ugh.
Yeah, he's no longer. They fired him from Marvel Entertainment.
I'm surprised that didn't happen with, like, the massive failure of the Inhumans.
Well, it takes. What the fuck is that?
Is that
supposed to be Nimrod?
Bastion?
No, can't be Bastion. Bastion didn't even exist when this game came out. Did he? Or wait, no, I'm thinking Fabian Cortez.
Yeah, he was a 90s thing.
Do we have super moves?
No, we have, like, the very specific button attacks.
Oh.
Like, you press the button, it does, like, the your eye lasers or my big claw sweeps. It's a very basic beat 'em up.
Like, usually, like, if you do, like, punch and jump at the same time, you get something that does a lot of damage but hurts you.
You must rescue the professor.
Also, Dazzler is here.
Yay, Dazzler!
I hope with, like, especially as they bring him more into the MCU, I hope they just dial back on the crossovers for a while and the hints of other stuff. I feel like it's going to be one of the big problems the MCU just has in general, that everything has to feel connected.
I mean, that's half of why people go, though.
But by this point, people are drawn in anyway. And now there's more than ever. When it was like, oh shit.
Yeah. Watch your step.
Thanks. Like, now there's more than ever, everything having to be watched and looked at to understand everything every little bit. It's too much. It's like, to understand Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, you had to watch Spider-Man No Way Home and WandaVision, and like everything's just piling on top of each other and on top of each other. Like, standalone stories are fine, and they should be doing more of those. It's like the X-Men more often than not do their own thing. You know, because they live in a world that hates and fears them, despite the fact that the world is fine with every other superhero.
The White Queen.
So this is a domestic dispute, and I'm not getting
This is a
involved.
domestic dispute, yeah.
Fine, I prefer redheads anyway. Where's Jean? Did you ever think the Cyclops Emma Frost thing was weird?
It was definitely weird at the start, but they actually did like, a pretty solid run of it,
Yeah,
from when it started to when Jean came back.
yeah. After like they became a proper thing, and it wasn't just oh I'm cheating on Jean Grey because I'm tired of her dying all the time. God damn it.
Which is something that is super overinflated. I get real tired of it. Oh yeah, Jean's just always dying and coming back. It happened once, maybe twice.
Isn't it like three?
Really just
Isn't it like 3 or 4 times?
no. Like dead long enough to have a burial dead. It happened once.
Didn't that happen twice? Like, if you want to argue specifically long enough to have a burial, like, post Dark Phoenix, and then she came back after that, and it was like, oh yeah, that wasn't really Jean Grey, it was the Phoenix Force.
Yeah.
But then, like,
Yeah,
she
and
died
that's it.
again after that, and was buried for a while.
She didn't die again after that until Morrison killed her, 20 years later.
Is that the Zorn storyline?
Yeah.
What was the Zorn
she-
storyline supposed to be?
If you count the Zorn storyline as the way Morrison wrote it, Magneto killed Zorn and took his place to infiltrate the X-Men and blah blah blah, destroy the world, whatever.
And then got high.
And then got high and killed Jean and
Phantom X was
ruined
there.
New York City. And then
And he
after
cured,
Morrison,
he
after
cured
Morrison left the
Xavier's
book, no.
back. Like, he got Xavier to walk again, and then crippled him again.
Yeah.
It's like, what?
Yeah, because he was holding Xavier together up with like nanomite or something.
Mhm.
But and then after Morrison's run ended, Claremont immediately resurrected him. Said it was never Magneto. It was actually just Zorn's twin brother pretending to be Magneto, pretending to be Zorn.
I knew they retconned, but it was like, what was it supposed to be?
What do you mean? Well, I mean, what do you mean? What was it supposed to be?
Like, as Morrison wrote it.
As Morrison wrote it, it was Magneto.
Hmm.
It was Magneto pretending to be Zorn. Why does Juggernaut have a gun?
You know what? I think the Juggernaut has earned the right for us not to ask questions. One of the coolest shots they ever had in X-Men Evolution.
Ooh. Oh, that's cool.
One of the coolest
The helmet
shots they
came
ever
off.
had in X-Men Evolution was like,
The dam scene.
yeah, where it's like, okay, Cyclops just takes off the visor and unloads on Juggernaut, and Juggernaut
Yep.
walks through it and grabs him by the head. Evolution's underrated.
Is that how that goes down?
Yeah.
Are you sure? I thought that's what puts Juggernaut down.
No, I'm sure Juggernaut walks through it and grabs Cyclops by the head. There's probably a similar scene in the comics.
Magneto is over there. Follow me.
How did you get your chair back?
It was a trap.
Fell into our trap.
Man, as soon as
Probably
Xavier
should've seen
stood
that
up, he
coming.
became a lot more
Where were those
attractive.
hypersenses of yours, Wolverine?
She's a Skrull. I couldn't tell she wasn't the Professor because she's a Skrull.
Yeah, actually, but oh yeah. So back to Jean Grey. If you count the Phoenix clone, which you probably should,
Yeah.
she dies once as Dark Phoenix. She's dead for a while. Cyclops moves on, has a kid with
Oh, that
a
was you
woman
that
that looks
time.
exactly like her,
God,
which is just
Madeline
all
Pryor.
sorts of stuff to unpack.
Was Madeline Pryor a Mr. Sinister thing?
Yeah.
I would like if Mr. Sinister would stop being obsessed with Cyclops and Jean Grey fucking.
I mean, that's kind of his whole thing.
I would like if he found a new thing.
That's his primary. Ouch! How is that the only thing that hurts us? But yeah, so Jean dies. Fantastic Four find her in the bottom of Jamaica Bay. So she's back. They oh, you can fall off that side too. They start X Force to get or X Factor, and
Oh, he's got
Jean
left.
doesn't die again until the mid-aughts when Morrison kills her, and that's it. Those are the two deaths of Jean Grey, which
Oh, you're talking about
Xavier's died
Teek.
more times than that. You know, most of the X-Men have at least two deaths on their chart. Jean's not special in this regard.
I thought you were talking about Mr. Sinister Ninja. I didn't realize you were talking about Teek.
Seeing Jean and Cyclops is peak Nirvana. I think he is talking about Sinister.
Oh god, he might be actually. It fits with both of you, doesn't it? Was Teek Mr. Sinister the entire time?
Sinister knows something, something, something.
Teek was wearing lipstick this entire time. I would
The
love-
current run has turned Sinister into a really fun character. I will say that.
I feel like the only way to make Sinister truly work is to make him fun.
Oh yeah, and he's just like, just completely embracing, just comically evil mad scientist. But since he's also, one of the highest ranking members of the Krakoan government, he gets to just get away with pretty much anything in the name of national security.
This feels like an apocalypse setup.
Yeah, a little bit.
I'd love for them to bring Mr. Sinister to live action with complete comic accuracy.
That would be amazing.
It would be cowardly to do anything else.
He would be a good fit for a Deadpool villain in a Deadpool movie.
You know he's the main villain of the Deadpool game?
He is? Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. Not that they've ever really had any interaction, but I can see them working well against each other. I don't know his monologue. I just know that that episode of the cartoon, right after Scott and Jean get married, Sinister's like stalking them over video and monologuing to himself, and all I remember is, he's doing something, 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 but Sinister knows something, something, something.
Ah yes, the X-Jet can go to space now. Do you call it the X-Jet or do you call it the Blackbird?
I call it the Blackbird. Who calls it the X-Jet?
It was called the X-Jet in the movie. So Colossus dressed like this looks fine when he's full steel. But when he turns back to human, it's like, why are you dressed like
ridiculous. He looks ridiculous like this as a human.
Ah yes, I love when he said something something. Mr. Sinister's classic evil line. Something something.
Something, something.
Something something, they'll make perfect bait.
Pretty much.
And then the perfect baby they had was Cable.
Yep.
And it's like, Cable was not a perfect baby. I mean, I'm skimming over things because, like, techno-organic virus that is best off not mentioned. God, do you remember the Legacy virus?
I do remember the Legacy virus. It killed magic.
I was thinking in my head, like, was it Colossus or was it magic
really
they killed?
What's that?
I was thinking in my head, like, was it Colossus or was it magic? I knew
Both.
it was one of them.
It killed Ileana, and then Colossus got super sad about that for obvious reasons. So when the cure was finally developed, and for some reason to get the cure out, it would have to kill the first host or whatever. Colossus did that. And that's
what
when
I was
he
thinking
died.
of.
But he came back because it turns out he hadn't died. Aliens stole his body and just
He came
kept
back
him
because the
going.
Shi'ar.
And no, it wasn't the Shi'ar. It was the Break World people.
I'm just picking a random alien race that the X-Men are for some reason affiliated with. Why are the X-Men so focused on space?
But yeah, Colossus came back to life, and nobody said boo about it, as though he just dies and comes back to life again and again.
Oh, hey, Peter, I've been wondering where you've been for like the last 2 weeks.
And he was dead for a long time. I mean, he was dead in what, the late mid '90s?
Yeah,
Is when
Legacy
he died
Virus is mid-90s.
from the Legacy virus, and he didn't come back to life until Joss Whedon's astonishing run, and that was post Morrison. So that would have been 2006, 7, something like that.
So now that Joss Whedon is a pariah, what do you think of his astonishing run in hindsight?
I mean, I've always thought it was what the book needed at the time, definitely. And a lot of good characterization. I've always liked it. Some of the stuff is a little over the top. Like the giant bullet.
Oh god, the giant bullet that Kitty Pryde phases through the earth and has to stay inside.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Or like they do the whole thing about Cyclops' uncontrollable eye beams being psychological, so then he can control them without his visor, and then it just gets kind of forgotten.
I am Magneto. You are nothing.
You're
Sit
not
down.
Magneto. Magneto wouldn't punch Colossus.
Sit down, old man.
You know they're not going to do Magneto the way they should when it comes to the MCU.
I am very curious how they are planning on doing Magneto.
It's like, who is Magneto? Oh, he's like literally one of the most powerful characters. Why is that? Because he is Master of Magnet.
Nope, it was Mystique all along.
The comic book design.
Teek, not Magneto. Magneto is at another place. Go.
Magneto is in another castle.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, there he is.
That was easy. The Mystique design in the comics where like she's got that hairpin that's just literally a skull.
A skull.
Does she still have that?
Probably. I think it's kind of part of her basic design.
It was weird that they made moving Mystique naked, wasn't it?
No. No, it makes sense. She's shapeshifter. Why does she need clothes? I mean, you gotta figure she's always been naked.
Yeah, but you think like that she'd wear clothes in her regular form?
Well, I mean, any clothes she wears is just going to be part of her.
Against my power, X-Men. Come dead. You are nothing. Kill. Dazzler. You are dead.
And then Dazzler came in and beat the shit out of a Holocaust survivor.
You really? I mean, yeah. I know where Ninja's going with this. When you cast Rebecca Romaine Stamos as Mystique, and you have an excuse to just put her in nothing but blue body paint, you do that.
I mean, I'm not gonna disagree with that.
Yeah,
But
see?
it's also a thing of like, it's weird that was the choice they went with. It was weird they were allowed to just say, yeah, no, Mystique is gonna be naked. It's fine, you just won't see her nipples.
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
you remember Asteroid M?
I do remember Asteroid M.
X-Men
always like the
succeed
idea
to
that
rescue Professor
Magneto,
and
you know,
returns
you
to
don't
Earth with
put
the
Magneto
victory.
in prison. You just make him real sad, and he retires to his asteroid base.
I don't Mystique does
Creative
not give a fuck
director.
anymore.
Lee.
Like, don't get me wrong, like, yeah, Rebecca Romaine, like, yes. But it's weird that they were just allowed to do that.
I don't see why. It's pretty much the most obvious choice to make.
I mean, from, like, a censorship point of view.
What censorship point of view? It was a PG-13 movie.
Yes, with a naked woman.
Did body paint.
It's the kind of thing that would get her kicked off Twitch. X-Men. But yeah,
Yeah, probably.
it's weird, like, how much the X-Men have been to space, right?
Oh yeah. Claremont loved sending the X-Men into space. He really wanted to do space adventure stories, and X-Men was the book he was on, so he's like, well,
Have you ever seen the Spider-Man arcade game?
I did not know there was a Spider-Man arcade game.
Doesn't look like it's on here. It's a weird thing. It's a 4-player beat 'em up where you can play as Spider-Man, Black Cat, Hawkeye, or Namor.
That's a lineup.
Yeah, tell me about it. It doesn't look like it's on here. Unless they just don't have the hyphen.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I'm seeing Maximum Carnage and Separation Anxiety.
Yeah. Popular games. MVC.
I hear that is quite popular.
It's on Naomi. I've still not worked out that's called. Super Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo. Marvel Superheroes versus Street Fighter. I feel like the lineup, like the character lineup for Marvel Superheroes, especially like the first one. You know, let's play Marvel Superheroes for a bit. So if you type in Marvel Superheroes, it's the one.
95, 1024 euro.
Yep. Like the lineup of this, it feels so 90s Capcom in that most of it is just a lineup they already had from Children of the Atom. Like most of that is X-Men.
I want to know which mad genius said, you know who needs to be in this game?
Blackheart.
Suma Garath.
Apparently Shumagorath is very popular in Japan. They've wanted him in like all the MVC games.
Yeah, but like who came up with the idea to just put him in here to begin with?
Like I say, he's just really popular in Japan.
Not
Like
not as a
Capcom-
comic character.
oh, in like these games. Like
That's what I'm saying.
Capcom
But who
loves him.
decided who decided that this needed to be a character in the first place?
If you keep asking questions, I'm gonna keep webballing you.
I'm doing my inputs.
But yeah, the
Okay.
like
Oh, there we
Capcom
go.
wanted Shumagorath in like all of them. Like there's MVC 3, and Capcom were like, yeah, we want Shumagorath, and
Like,
Marvel's
the most
like, no.
Random, obscure Doctor Strange villain that nobody had ever heard of, and somehow he gets into. Is this his first appearance?
I assume so, because like before this was specifically X-Men.
I do not know Captain America's moveset.
That's another one for JJ. I don't know how to activate the Infinity Gems.
No, yeah. No clue.
Because, you know, this is when they were the gems. I don't understand why the movie specifically changed it to stones. Throw shield, hope for the best.
Pretty much. Trying to figure out how to... There we go. Woohoo! Oh, I can throw it at angles.
I'm one away from ruling the universe, Teek. Can't stop me, Teek. I have all 6 Infinity Gems, Teek.
Wait, can I not pick it up?
Pray for me. Pray for your soul, Teek.
I forgot that. Yeah, you can just straight up lose your shield.
Yeah, it's like you look at the lineup for this, and it's like most of these are X-Men characters. Wolverine, Juggernaut,
I mean,
Magneto,
yeah, 4 of them are X-Men characters.
Psylocke. It's like, hey, Marvel superheroes, we've got 10 characters to represent Marvel here. Psylocke.
Well, it was the 90s. I mean, Marvel was Spider-Man, X-Men, and then everybody else was a distant third. That's not that weird. Plus, you know, when you already have characters from the previous game.
All right, you know what? You know what's the weirder option then? Blackheart.
That's what I've been saying with friggin' Shumagorath.
You know, the Shumagorath thing, the thing we have to say with it, it's the obvious thing. Like, why Shumagorath in this game? Tentacle monster.
I want to know who even found him, because, like, I didn't know he existed as a character before this game.
It's going to turn out that, like, Keiji Inafune was just, like, really big into Doctor Strange comics.
Could be.
Did Doctor Strange have his own comic run at this point?
I mean, I don't know that he had an active one. Will you stop it? I'm trying to learn moves. Aha. No. Wait.
That said, though, like, MVC2's roster being just absolutely huge. And again, like, a lot of the Marvel stuff is X-Men. And it's understandable because, yeah, the X-Men were very popular. Though there's no good reason for there to be 2 Wolverines on that roster.
On what now? Oh, on
MVC2 has 2 Wolverines.
Well, yeah, because it's 2 different movesets, right?
Yeah. But also, like, there's no good reason for there to be 2 of them.
Yeah, it's basically Ryu and Ken.
But they are also, like, conceptually different characters.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter to the people playing them. If you want Wolverine with one moveset or Wolverine with a classic moveset, now you have that option.
What about Sabretooth?
What about
'Cause, like,
Sabretooth?
You couldn't do X-23. X-23 didn't exist then. And, like,
Yeah.
the same's true of Darken, and I wouldn't want Darken in a game anyway.
Okay. Sabretooth's in Marvel vs. Capcom 2.
Oh, shit, is it?
Yeah. Like, that's what I'm saying. What about Sabretooth?
It's like, if they had the other moveset as a different character,
I think there's an easier solution.
And what's that?
Just have 2 Wolverines. And you're overthinking it.
I'm just like, why did you need 2 Wolverines?
To have the 2 different movesets. It's not more complicated than that.
I feel like you are deliberately avoiding my point.
No, I'm answering your question. You just don't like the answer.
I feel like you are deliberately trying to aggravate me with the answer.
It's the only answer there is. They wanted both movesets, so they put him in twice. That's all there is to it.
He was too
There's
powerful
nothing-
as one character.
There's nothing deeper than that.
The MVC3 roster's pretty good, though. Like, it's a smaller roster than MVC2. Well, there's a lot more variety there. Plus, like, you forget just how much time passed between... I have all the Infinity Gems again. Fear me. Once I figure out how to use these, you are dead.
Do you know how to use them? That's okay. I don't know how to do anything but punch. Even his kicks are punches, I think. Oh wait, no. That's an actual kick.
I died because I was trying to figure out how to use the Infinity Gems.
I said you wouldn't like me when I'm angry.
A new challenger.
This feels like just a comically small roster compared to modern fighting game rosters.
I think even at
Just
the
like
time,
10
like 10
characters.
characters.
10 characters.
Betsy Braddock. You know, going back to the discussion of, like, why Mystique was naked, it gets into the whole thing of, like, Psylocke is the only character from the X-Men movies who had the comic-accurate costume.
Which is funny because she's not even in this body anymore.
You know, the less we talk about that, the happier I'll be. It has always just been needlessly confusing. Olivia Munn hated every second of it. Like, you signed up to be Psylocke. You should have expected all of it.
Did she hate that? I thought she was like a big Psylocke fan.
I could imagine she was until she had to put on the costume.
Until she had to wear the costume.
Yeah,
But like the costume is why everybody is a big Psylocke fan.
it's like, God, look at those boobs. Like, back off a sec. Look at the jiggle on that. That's insane.
He's not jiggling. I mean, like he could maybe do the Terry Crews thing, but otherwise they're pretty firm.
Talking about mine.
Oh. Oh yeah, those are pretty bouncy.
Yeah, the costume. It's like, people who played Batman, and it's all like, oh yeah, great, you get to play as Batman, and then they have to put on the bat suit, and it's like the worst thing ever.
Like, please no. These are really cool backgrounds, at least.
Yeah.
Very busy. A little bit hard to see, but...
I think the background's like one of the weakest parts of MVC2 because they were 3D for some reason. They had these weird 3D backgrounds that weren't as detailed because they were 3D. Once again, I have all 6 Infinity Gems.
Cool. But do you have the gauntlet?
You don't need the gauntlet to use some of them.
They needed to lubricate it so she'd be able to get into it.
Is it weird, the idea that Juggernaut would be bigger than Hulk?
It is. I was just about to say that. It's like, okay, Juggernaut's big, but why is he bigger than the Hulk?
The size of his fists. Really wouldn't want to be Juggernaut's girlfriend, would you?
You mean She-Hulk?
Hmm. You really wouldn't want to be Ben Grimm's girlfriend, would you?
I mean, Alicia Masters has never complained.
I'm gonna end this thread here because like I don't want to push Ninja. Get out. Don't actually get out, but like get out. But yeah, I'm gonna end this thread of questioning here because it's
Before we get into Mallrats territory.
Yeah, basically.
Because, like, I mean, one thing about Ben Grimm is he doesn't have to worry about not being hard.
I feel like Ben Grimm doesn't have a penis because if he did, those times where all he wears is underwear, you would absolutely see it. That's been a ball.
Could he be a
Double what I
grower?
expected. Is what now?
Would that work?
What'd you say, Teek?
Could Ben Grimm be a grower?
I don't want to think about the logistics of Ben Grimm having sex. I would also not like to think about the logistics of the Hulk having sex, but there's at least one point where the Hulk has been like, oh yeah, we don't fuck.
Hulk has a son, or at least he had a son. I don't know what Scar's doing these days.
Oh, I wasn't even thinking about that. I was thinking of Umar. That one time Umar like kidnapped the Hulk to like make him into her bodyguard or whatever, and she had sex with him, and the sex was so good that he turned back into Banner and couldn't be turned back into the Hulk even with torture. Which is why Umar the Unrelenting is considered like the best lay in Marvel. She was so good that they could not turn Bruce Banner back into the Hulk.
She's so good that she fucked the anger out of the Hulk.
And they couldn't get the anger back into him. They tortured him and everything, and it just wouldn't do anything. It's ridiculous.
That post-nut clarity was so good.
But yeah, no, like Teek says, Juggernaut's been with She-Hulk before. So at what point are you going to pick one of the two characters that neither of us give a shit about?
Why do I gotta do it?
Because I can't change while I'm winning.
Well, I was beating you up as the Hulk for a while. You could have done it then.
I picked the characters that we hadn't played. Oh shit, he's figured out how to use it. How did you use it?
I'm not telling you.
You're not a good sport, Teek.
It was draining my life though.
No, it was refilling your health.
No, did you see it at the end? It was draining.
Oh god, you have armor. You know what armor is?
No, not helpful.
That's because I did a grab on you. Armor means you can't be stunned. Like, I hit you, you won't get knocked back or anything. What would Juggernaut do with the Reality Stone?
Unlimited tacos?
You know, Juggernaut in Deadpool 2 was a pleasant surprise.
It was. And voiced by Ryan Reynolds.
He did a good Juggernaut voice.
You would not tell.
It's nice to see a character like Juggernaut voiced by someone other than Fred Tastachiore. Not because he's a bad voice actor, but because like he's always the voice actor for that kind of character. It's like how, you know, it's nice to see a Wolverine voice actor that isn't Steve Blum.
Yeah. One for JJ. It's a Juggernaut. He's got a helmet. Unless you have a helmet.
A good
I don't know if
haircut.
you have a helmet.
That's
I don't
not
think the
true.
Juggernaut has a good haircut.
No, he doesn't. It's not true.
Probably hard to maintain a good haircut under that helmet.
So, like, canonically, Blackheart is way above everybody on this roster, right? Except maybe Shimagora.
Yeah, I think so. Although, if I remember right, does Blackheart originate from a Spider-Man book?
He's Mephisto's son, right?
Yeah.
At what point would Spidey have had interaction with Mephisto, like, earlier than
I
this?
I don't think he does. But I know like his origin story is he just kind of manifests. And I think it's like not even involved with whatever Spider-Man's up to, but I think he comes from a Spider-Man book.
You know, looking at this like this, you know what he reminds me of? Shathra.
Who?
He was part of the JMS run, the Spider Totem thing.
Oh,
Like, there were the three trials that Spidey had to face. The first was Morlun, the third was Ezekiel, the second was Shathra.
yeah. I kind of checked out of the whole Spider Totem thing after the Moreland run.
Yeah, that's fair. Ezekiel was an interesting idea.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, there's just like an old guy running around with all the spider powers.
Which that actually does there's something in that does bug me about it, because you know, in that run he's like, Spider-Man's like, oh, it's so weird, you know, having to face somebody that has my power set. And like, dude, we are like 3 years off of the Clone Saga.
Fumagora.
Shut your fucking mouth.
Teek was saying shut your fucking mouth about the Clone Saga, not about playing as Shimagora.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I was saying it about Peter just completely ignoring that he'd spent the better part of the last decade dealing with clone bullshit, and then saying like, oh, Ezekiel has spider powers. How weird.
Also,
never encountered this before.
even outside of that, Venom has been a thing for a long time.
Yeah. Although Venom never really used those abilities like Peter does.
Well, nobody uses the abilities like Peter does because it's specifically Peter's thing. Rule 34 of this? Yeah, of course there is.
Shit. Don't know what that was.
Like, Shimagoroth being in this conceptually,
It's weird.
like, without Doctor Strange.
Yeah. Doctor Strange isn't even in this. They just picked this random demon octopus and put him on the roster.
You know what might be part of the thought? Like, it might be like, we've got a bunch of heroes. We need more villains. All we have is Juggernaut and Magneto. Who else can we have? Doctor Doom's the main villain, or is Thanos the main villain of this one?
I have no idea. I would assume it's Thanos because
Because the Infinity Gems, yeah.
Infinity Gems.
Taste the incorrectness that is my penis. I know you can play as the boss characters, I just don't know how. I think it's a code you've got to put in. But, like, as you would expect of them being boss characters, they are bullshit.
Yeah.
I'm sure Doctor Doom is playable in this, but I might be thinking of MVC 1.
Maybe. Doctor Strange isn't playable in any of these, right?
3.
Oh, he's in. Oh, yeah, okay, but that's a while.
Yeah.
Bit of a gap there.
3 changed up a lot of the roster. Like, you forget just how many Capcom properties began between MVC 2 and MVC 3.
Oh yeah.
Like, so many of the newcomers there: Dante, Frank West, Beautiful Joe, Okami. But then they also like made better use of that old roster as well, like Arthur from Ghosts of Goblins being playable. The Resident Evil representation was worse. Because it was Wesker and Chris. And then Jill was DLC, but it was RE5 Jill.
Same
Really?
moveset?
No, her moveset is completely different from how it was in MVC2.
Oh, that's weird.
It's disappointing.
So you found something on the bosses, but it's complicated. That's now I'm interested.
I'm also interested now.
They're bosses. What's complicated about it?
It's simple, like, you go up against Thanos and he snaps his fingers.
You need to have a Japanese copy.
I think I'm pretty much done with this one, Teek.
Yeah.
You got any more games you want to play? Anything you can think of?
I mean, nothing off the top of my head. I can look at
The popular list.
popular list.
Certain things turned off for certain characters. They have Mario World on here?
Have what?
They have Mario World on here.
Oh well, yeah. They probably have any SNES or Genesis game you could think of.
How the fuck have we been playing on Switch?
Because you didn't have this until recently.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they have a whole SNES category.
Ah, Tetris, the absolute grandmaster.
Donkey Kong Country. Ooh,
You know,
Dragon Ball
Donkey
Z Hyper Dimension.
Donkey Kong Country co-op would make it way more bearable. I'd be down to do DKC 2 if we did it co-op.
Oh, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers the movie.
I don't
It was
have
actually
this...
that was a fun beat 'em up. I put a lot of time into that one.
You know what we could end on?
Hmm.
Because like this will be
Sailor
like the
Moon
last game.
S Big Zam Edition.
No, I don't do Sailor Moon.
Aw.
Ninja Turtles.
Ninja Turtles, which one?
The obvious answer is 4. But like, what else is?
Or arcade?
Yeah, the arcade one because it's already set up. There are no other arcade
Turtles in Time
Oh, there
Arcade.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles arcade. They only have Turtles in Time and Ninja Turtles the arcade.
Well, those are the only two arcade games.
Wasn't there another?
Nuh-uh.
Because like Turtles in Time's 4.
Yeah. 3 was an original game on the NES. 4 is Turtles in Time, which is an arcade port.
I always thought
The
I always thought 2, 3, and 4 were arcade ports.
2 and 4 are arcade ports. 3 is unique to the NES.
Hmm.
Well, and yeah. Yeah, it's just the original arcade game in Turtles in Time for arcade. Because I don't think Hyperstone Heist was an arcade game.
Hyperstone Heist is kind of a remix of Turtles in Time.
Is it?
Yeah.
Huh. Well, then there you go.
Turtles in Time
Sure.
or the original? Turtles in Time. It'll be the more fun one.
Either or.
I can't believe they don't have the Spider-Man arcade game on here.
Be nice if there was a. If wait, did this have a 4-player
Yes,
in arcade? Weird that that isn't up here.
it is. Presumably, it's for like the same reason as like the X-Men game, only having a version.
Yeah. Did you get the what'd they call it? Or yeah. The Shredder's Revenge?
No, I haven't picked it up yet.
Oh, it's so good.
I'm not super into beat 'em ups.
I mean, beat 'em ups have always been kind of a shit genre.
You play as Micah?
Apparently.
Wait a sec. I want to see. There he goes again.
Hurry. He's not even.
It's not even
He
animated.
has no walking animation. He has pointing animation, but he has no walking animation.
You know what? It's actually really impressive how smoothly animated this is. But yeah, this had a 4-player version. It would have been one of those where you didn't choose which character you were. Each control stick was set for a specific character.
Yeah, it was set for a character. Same. Oh, hey, we should see if the Simpsons game is on here.
You want to get like basic as fuck with beat 'em ups, the Simpsons game. It's a shame they didn't do like a sequel to that. Because like one thing you really notice playing the Simpsons arcade game is how much of it they had to make up. Because there was like 2 seasons. Like characters hadn't been properly established or anything. Like the plot is that Smithers steals a diamond and like bumps into the Simpsons. The diamond goes into the air, lands in Maggie's mouth, so he steals Maggie. And it's like, why is Smithers stealing a diamond?
Because bad guy.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing I mean. Like, you know, they didn't have set characters down enough, that kind of thing. Like, if it came, like, even 3-4 years later, it would have been someone like Snake. Or, like, Hank Scorpio would be the final villain.
I feel like neither of them would be high profile enough to justify being the big bad of a Simpsons game.
Well, Snake wouldn't be the big bad. The big bad would end up being someone like Sideshow Bob. But, like, Hank Scorpio is absolutely high profile enough. You know, the original intention for the Simpsons movie was for him to be the villain of that.
I mean, he's a one-off character, right?
Yep. Only appeared in that
Yeah.
one episode.
Yeah, no, there's no way.
And is also like a fan favorite because of it. Who the fuck is that?
That's Baxter Stockman.
That's what Baxter Stockman looked like in the 80s?
That's what he looked like in the 80s cartoon. Instead of being a... Well, I mean, he still makes the Mousers, but then once the cartoon gets going, instead of being like a big scientist, he turns into a mutant fly.
What was
It's
saying though?
it's very, very bizarre.
But yeah, Russ Cargill was supposed to be Hank Scorpio. And you can see remnants of that in that he's voiced by the same voice actor doing the same voice. But I think what makes Hank Scorpio work as a character is that he's never a villain for Homer. Like, he's a James Bond villain, but he's also, like, the nicest boss. And it's a great joke. Like, he's just such a good guy, but is also a supervillain.
Alley Cat Blues.
You still there, Teek?
Yep, still here.
I thought I lost you when you didn't respond to any of that.
I mean, I got nothing to say. He's a one-off character. They were never going to put him into a movie or a game.
Well, they were, like I said, they were planning to originally put him in the movie. And it's one of those things, like, I think he's appeared since in the comics.
There's Simpson comics?
There have been Simpsons comics for, like, well over 15 years.
Whoa.
I used to read them. I enjoyed them when I was younger.
Who makes them?
Bongo Comics.
Oh.
They make the Simpsons comics, they made the Futurama comics, I don't know if they're still going. But, like, there were a bunch of Simpsons comics going on at once.
That's weird. I mean, it makes sense.
Cave is creepy.
Oh, come on.
Pizza time.
Who left that out?
Pizza time.
Okay, so if the number isn't our help, what is the number?
I think it's our credits.
Oh, it is. That's weird.
So yeah, don't expect to change characters for a while.
Ugh. It's fine, Leo's my favorite turtle.
Why is there a robot with punching gloves?
Because it's a cartoon from the 80s.
He's kicking our ass.
Like, it's a cartoon from the 80s, be thankful there's not just a mind control plot going on around here. I saw a thing on Reddit the other day talking about how, like, Totally Spies definitely isn't a fetish cartoon.
Wait, what?
You ever see Totally Spies?
Yeah?
Yeah, like how it's definitely not a fetish cartoon with all the stuff that goes on in that. Like how often the girls are tied up, how often the girls are turned evil, how often mind control comes up. There were so many examples, like bondage, inflation, miniaturization.
I'm gonna need to find that and show that to my little sister so I can ruin her childhood.
And it's like, you look at the evidence and it's like, oh my god, this was a fetish for somebody. This was every fetish for somebody. You want this pizza, Teek?
Nah, that's fine. I got 95 credits. Health doesn't matter.
Alright, I'll take it.
Metalhead!
Of course you'd know the name.
You don't know the name of every Turtles action figure character?
I never had Turtles toys. I had real
I don't know that I
children
ever
toys.
had-
Like
I don't know
Batman.
that I ever had Metalhead.
You know what the fun thing about this will be, though? Because, like, it's got Super Nintendo and Mega Drive on it.
Hmm?
We could play fucking co-op Sonic 3 Complete. And I could ruin your day.
And you could just be Tails and just be
and just
awful.
not play the game.
Deal all the air bubbles.
It's like, hey, yeah, it's Chrono and Teek. We're playing Sonic 3 co-op. And Tails just keeps falling behind while I'm just here eating a sandwich for the entire playthrough.
Sewer surfing.
Oh, these things. This is from an episode of the cartoon, and it is so weird. Like, they are just straight up xenomorphs, but yellow. And they were pizza topping, I seem to recall.
It's not surprising to me that like they were gonna do an Aliens cartoon. It's surprising to me that it never got made.
It's so weird that like what they made cartoons of or action figures of for kids. Like RoboCop. There was a RoboCop cartoon.
Yeah. Like it's crazy to think like, oh, Batman Returns caused such a stink because it's not suitable for children, but like there are all these toys for it. It's like, yeah, but RoboCop.
There's an entire line of
Aliens.
Aliens and Predators action figures.
Yeah, specifically marketed at kids. You ever see the Alien 3 tie-in commercial for Pepsi?
Uh-uh.
Absolutely insane.
Go on.
Heroes in a half shell. Turtle power. So I only saw this cartoon a few times as a kid. Years later, I'd see a lot more of the 2003 cartoon.
That was a good one. I enjoyed that.
I feel like it's underrated. Well, I think we went over this recently. Like, it's good until they go to the future.
Yeah, I don't know that I ever actually finished it. Probably should at some point.
But, like, I absolutely jam more with the theme song for that than this one. To the point where I think I still remember all the words.
What is it? What, the 1, 2, 3, 4?
1, 2, 3, 4. Turtles, new and chain reaction. Turtles living underground. Turtles, ninjutsu action. Turtles, that's a shell of a town.
Yep, that's the one. Did you ever watch the CGI 2012 series?
No, I thought you were going to say the CGI movie.
Yeah.
Like, TNT.
Yeah, no, I watched a bit of it. It's pretty good. It's got bad music, but good fight choreography.
I always appreciate that in cartoons.
And a lot of celebrity cameo voices. Well, I mean, the whole cast is just kind of stacked with celebrities.
I'm going to assume that one of them is Kelly Hu, and Ron Perlman turns up at some point.
I don't know about either of those two, but I think Freddie Prinze Jr. is Leo for the first few seasons, and then
Prehistoric Turtlesaurus.
oh, who takes up after him? But Shaun Astin is Raphael. They get the weird thing is that Rob Paulson plays Donnie, and he just but because he's also Donnie's kind of a smartass in this, he just sounds like Raphael with an education.
Yeah.
It's really bizarre. And then Michelangelo is just the kid that plays Beast Boy in Teen Titans.
Ah.
The exact same voice.
Yeah, I could see that working.
But they get Clancy Brown is a recurring villain. They get Lewis Black plays a villain in an episode, and it's like, okay, I guess Lewis Black is in this. Sure. Yeah, just lots of random, celebrity cameo characters.
I mean, I suppose, like, on that level, Batman the Animated Series was kind of similar. Because, like, you think
feel
about
like-
the voices they had in that. Like, Ron Perlman was Clayface. Mark Hamill as the Joker, which wasn't big at the time, to be fair, but, like, Mark Hamill... I'd still argue Mark Hamill at the time is probably equivalent to Sean Astin at that time.
Yeah, yeah.
Richard Moll as Two-Face. David Warner as Ra's al Ghul.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Superman had Clancy Brown as well. And Michael Ironside.
Never have enough Clancy Brown.
And Michael Dorn. And Michael Dorn was Calabac. I think Laurie Petty was Livewire. Kerry Gilpin, she played Roz in Frasier, was Volcana.
Oh. Now that they've gotten the TNG crew back together for Picard Season 3, now they just need to keep them together and bring back gargoyles.
Bring back gargoyles. I've never played the arcade version of this, so I'm really surprised that we didn't have like a fight where we have to throw foot soldiers at the camera after the sewer level. I've only ever played the Super Nintendo version of this. Because, like, why would you ever need to play any other version? The Super Nintendo version is really good.
It is weird that there isn't a 4-player version of this, though. Does this Fightcade support 4-player or multiple
The 4-player version's a different arcade
connections?
ROM, but I imagine it's got to be for like just ease of the connection use. Like, it works surprisingly well with 2 players. You start adding more, and it would probably become more of a problem.
Kind of curious how this is working.
I
Because like we're both running our own emulator.
I've heard it uses rollback netcode. Like, with how well it's working, it also means that, like, this runs better than a lot of commercially released fighting games do with their online modes.
Skull and crossbones.
But yeah, it definitely seems like we're both running our own independent emulator, and then we're just transmitting our respective inputs to each other at the same time.
Like, it's super impressive work. Especially for a fan work. Like, this is the kind of thing that you would always hope companies would do, but it's always the fans with, like, the passion for it.
Yeah.
It's like, I debated picking up the Street Fighter 30th Anniversary Edition, the 30th Anniversary Collection, on Steam. And, like, one of the reviews for it is just, like, straight up, just get Fightcade instead. The online is so awful for this. But the online for the 30th Anniversary Collection is one of its selling points. But it's really bad. Yeah, like, you talk about the choreography in the 2012 series.
Oh yeah. That was actually there was a point I was going to make before I got sidetracked. Is that okay? So the turtles' eyes, like in here you can see like the pupils in their eyes, and then other interpretations, their eyes are always like pure white.
Yeah, the O3
right?
did that.
Yeah, the 2012 series kind of splits the difference. So like most of the time you can see their pupils and stuff, but like when the fighting starts, their eyes go pure white. And it's just kind of a neat little detail.
I wonder if that's like a different model thing. Like they have different models for the fight scenes.
It could be.
I feel like the bar for choreography in kids' cartoons, though, was like really set by Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Oh yeah, it's definitely risen. Like I went through, like I got on a kick and watched like the first handful of episodes of all 4 Turtle series, and you can definitely see, you know, the evolution of fight choreography from the late 80s to modern day.
I don't like this level with its bullshit stage hazards.
My toes, my toes.
Yeah, Avatar: The Last Airbender was Nickelodeon as well, though. Is it weird that Nickelodeon just owns Ninja Turtles now?
A little bit, yeah.
Like how Rebellion owns 2000 AD. Like Rebellion, the video game company, owns Judge Dredd.
I mean, it's just weird because, like, you know, TMNT is the landmark indie property, right? Like, easily the most
I
successful
suppose.
indie property of all time. And now it's just owned by Nickelodeon.
I mean, I suppose at that point you got to define like what indie is, because like Star Wars was technically an indie property.
Yeah, but only until recently did Disney buy it.
Everything becomes corporate eventually.
I guess Nickelodeon's had TMNT for about as long as Disney's had Star Wars now.
I think probably longer.
Yeah. Now, the weird thing is Power Rangers selling it to Saban selling it to Disney and then buying it back later.
I wonder if he paid more for it or less.
I'm pretty sure he made money, or, you know, he bought it back for less than what he sold it.
I'd imagine so. Like, everything I'm aware of with Saban says he wouldn't pay much for it. But also, like, it was Saban's creation, his big thing. It's like the only thing he ever made that was truly successful. All the other stuff he did never went as big as Power Rangers. But by the point he would have bought it back, Power Rangers was definitely at one of its lowest points.
Oh, yeah. Oh, look at little Toka. Oh, I don't think that was a wolf.
Bury my shell at Wounded Knee.
So what was weird? So Toka and Raza, right? Created for the second movie. Just kind of one-shot things. They show up in the very, very late seasons of the Turtles cartoon. And they're just like 2 random mutants. And I think Raza is like, you know, basically Hank McCoy intelligent, like, or personality. Which is a weird change from, you know, being babies.
And Toku and Raza, like, don't they really just exist to replace Bebop and Rocksteady, though?
Pretty much.
Like, Cassidy and Butch from Pokemon.
Yeah, they, if I recall correctly, they wanted the Turtles movies always had a hard. There was always a fight between how much of the animated show, how much of the cartoony stuff to include, as opposed to the comic stuff. And I think Toka and Raza were the compromise of wanting, two villain mutant characters, a pair of villain mutant characters like Bebop and Rocksteady, but not wanting it to be that much more cartoon influenced.
Yeah. So Bebop and Rocksteady in all but name.
Basically.
Did they get the voices from the cartoon for this?
I don't think so.
It's like, we both just picked up pizzas and we had the same voice exactly for it.
Yeah, I think they all have the same voice.
Like, I know Leo was voiced by Cam Clark in the 80s series.
Yeah.
Which is just one of those things of, like, you don't realize how long Cam Clark has really been around.
Well, the crazy thing about that is when you realize that he also played Rocksteady.
I thought you were going to say he was also in Akira.
Oh yeah, he was
I think he was Canada.
Canada.
Mm.
It's been decades since I've seen Akira.
I haven't seen Akira in a long time because I don't think it's very good. Like, landmark breakout of, like, anime in the West? Yeah. Sure, absolutely. As its own thing, it's not very good.
Yeah, it's alright. It's just another anime movie.
I think his problem is, like, it's adapting a lot of stuff into a very short time frame.
Yeah.
So, like, none of it feels like it makes sense.
Yeah, mostly you're just there for the motorcycle races and the
visuals.
Shooting the giant tentacle monster with the laser.
And the visuals. It's like, 80s anime has, even now, it has a distinctive look.
Leatherhead!
I thought that was a woman. I thought it was like a crocodile woman.
So that's another thing. There's like some continuities where Leatherhead is like kind of a scientist, contemporary of Donatello. And then you have, the cartoon in this game where Leatherhead is literally just like a Bayou Swamp Rat character. Just a good old boy Bayou. Bayou character. Those knives are annoying.
I'm playing this now. Like, this is the first time I've really dug into the arcade version. And I'm coming at this with the perspective of being told for quite a long time, this is the best beat-em-up.
Well, I mean, beat-em-ups are inherently just kind of bad.
You know what's a really good beat-em-up? Speaking as someone who doesn't really enjoy the genre. Streets of Rage 2.
Yeah, I feel like only relatively recently has there been any effort in making beat-em-up games, mechanically fun.
Yeah. It's like, this is still a 2-button beat-em-up.
Yeah. Like, there's nothing to do. You're just going around, hitting your attack button, and hoping not to get hit. Maybe trying to, line up hitboxes on the X and Y axis, and that's basically it. There's nothing mechanical to it.
I think this game definitely suffers visually because the turtles all look similar. Like, there's been numerous times where I've thought I was you.
Oh yeah. But like I think more modern beat 'em ups are putting more emphasis on like enemies that have tells to their attacks, and you know having a dodge function with iframes and such,
Hmm.
learning patterns, and just doing more mechanically interesting things, which is weird because like there are just so many goddamn beat 'em ups, in the 90s.
They really made a resurgence recently, didn't they?
They have, yeah.
I'm
I
gonna
feel
blame
like
it on.
the Scott Pilgrim game
That's
really kind of
interesting.
kicked things off.
Because I was gonna blame it on Double Dragon Neon.
I don't think that really made a big impact though.
I
Like,
feel like it was received well, just nobody played it.
yeah, this has definitely been in like an underdeveloped genre for way longer than it probably should have been.
Well, it kind of just it. You could argue it either died. Oh fucking hell, Krang! You could argue it either died off or it evolved into like the stylish action genre, stuff like
Yeah,
just the hack and slash genre into Devil May Cry, into stuff like Beautiful Joe and like hell, probably the closest comparison in 3D going forward for a long time, after stuff like Fighting Force, would be God Hand. Which IGN notoriously gave that horrible review, and then the reviewer later admitted he hadn't gotten past the second level. Do you think Krang is too ridiculous to fit in a modern Ninja Turtles adaptation?
I mean, if you do Krang, you kind of have to do the entire Utron race and just make it about, alien invasion. And you just have to lean into the whole thing.
Do you think they should do Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 3 with Krang?
3?
Yeah, because they did 2 and it had Bebop and
Oh,
Rocksteady.
you mean
the ugly ones?
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think either of those are. I don't think those are getting anything
No.
anymore. They got a new movie coming up with. I think Seth Rogen's doing it.
Ugh. Seth Rogen, I created adult cartoons.
But there's a new Seth Rogen-led show coming, or not show, movie coming up. It's done in kind of the same animation style as Into the Spider-Verse.
I'm surprised we've not seen more stuff like specifically done like that.
Where no turtle has gone before.
I'm surprised it's taken so long for Across the Spider-Verse to come out.
Well, I think that animation in particular is a time-consuming. Like, it's like a step behind claymation as far as production speed goes.
I can understand that. It's just that like they released that first look at it so long ago, and I don't know, my expectation was always like they'd only show stuff like that off when they're pretty far along. But like they showed that look of Miles jumping between universes with Miguel O'Hara chasing him. Like they showed that like 3 years ago.
Well, and the movie's been split up into 2 parts since then, I think.
Has it?
So, yeah, it's going to be a 2-parter.
No.
I feel seasick.
I don't want to have to deal with like 2-part movies. Just make the movie 4 hours long.
Well, in that case, then you wait until 2025 to see it.
I'm fine with that. I'd watch like a 4-hour-long Spider-Verse sequel. Into the Spider-Verse
I mean, at
had
that point,
no
you're just
right
making a
being
mini-series.
just amazing as it was. Have you seen anything of Puss in Boots 2?
I have it. I haven't watched it, but I have it.
I've seen
I
the
hear it's
final
like
fight.
ridiculously good.
Yeah, I've seen the final fight of it, and like the animation quality is absolutely ridiculous, and it is kind of reminiscent of Into the Spider-Verse. Because like the thought of everything these days is like the computer-generated animation, it's all the 3D models and everything, and it's disappointing that we're not going back to like classical, or at least classical looking 2D animation anytime soon. But stuff like that, where it's, oh yeah, it's 3D animation again, but at least it has its own distinctive flair and style.
Now I'm too cool. Pizza time.
It's stuff like, you look at any number of Disney, Pixar movies, or DreamWorks movies, and how many of them just all blend together.
Last Easter, we put on the first Shrek movie. It is bizarre how undetailed and empty the environments and stuff in that movie are. Like it's a real testament to how far, CG animation has come since Shrek. It's like, oh wow, this looks like somebody's high school computer graphics project.
So what I'm going to need you to do is I'm going to need you to come back to me next week and tell me how Ants holds up.
Oh, I've never seen Ants.
You've never seen it?
I don't know that I've ever seen Ants or A Bug's Life all the way through. And I definitely couldn't tell you which one was which.
Ants is the one with Woody Harrelson. Not Woody. Woody Allen.
Woody Allen?
Woody Allen. It's also got Sylvester Stallone and Christopher Walken. And I think James Woods. The Ants people with Sylvester Stallone. Yeah, I think Ants is a pretty good movie. And it's very different, like, tonally and even in terms of plot. It's very different to A Bug's Life. Like, it's not the case you'd expect of where, like, DreamWorks got a hint that they were making an ant theme, like a movie about ants, and then just copied them. No, like, Bug's Life and Ants are just, like, very different movies. The plots are completely different, the tone, the style.
I like how Krang's diabolical superweapon is a bubble gun.
Bubbles. Yeah, Ants is pretty good. It's fun, it's fucking harrowing during the termite sequence. Oh yeah, we're gonna lead a raid on the termite colony. And it's like, oh my god, I didn't realize I was watching Starship Troopers. It is so brutal. It's unbelievable. But overall, it's a good movie with, like, a surprising cast. And also Woody Allen. People say it's difficult to go back.
What's the Clefairy drop?
Oh. People say it's hard to watch Kevin Spacey movies now. Like, it should have always been hard to watch Woody Allen's movies.
actually can't think of a Woody Allen movie that I've seen.
Where they finally fight the bugs.
That holds our way home. Let's go.
I hear the Technodrome.
Technodrome, the final shell shock.
I like how the text just kind of scooches off the edge of the screen right there. And the K is lowercase, but only the K.
Hmm. After about an hour of tits and ass and teenage angst, and none of those tits or asses belong to Denise Richards.
Why is the Shredder like 9 feet tall?
I remember the first Ninja Turtles movie where it's all like, okay, we're building up to the Turtles confronting Shredder, and then Shredder beats the shit out of them and Splinter comes in and saves the day.
Yep.
And it's not even like a sacrifice to give them the chance to fight back. No, just Splinter wins the fight.
Yep.
Such a weird ending for that. And then Secret of the Ooze comes out and it's like, yeah, no, Shredder's a joke. We can deal with Shredder, and they deal with Shredder, and it's not a problem. And it's like,
Well, they don't
what
really
happened?
deal with Shredder so much as Shredder turns into a giant rage monster and drops a building on himself.
Up here. Like, they deal with Shredder a little bit before he ends up with the Ooze. And he's way less of a threat than he was in the first movie.
Well, everything in the second movie is way less, serious. It's way more cartoony. Like, they're not... Leo and Raph aren't even allowed to use their weapons. Really, none of them are allowed to use their weapons.
And yet
At
people
all.
still
That's why-
consider that, like, the better movie sometimes.
That opening fight in the mall, none of them use their weapons. They all just find, like, random toys and stuff in the mall. Mikey has improvised nunchucks with sausages.
Hmm.
So, but yeah, the first movie, they ran out of money, like, just straight up. Dude went to the director or the producer or somebody. They went to Disney, saying, "Hey, can we have like $1 million to finish this, and we'll get you in." They went like behind another producer's back, and had a meeting with Disney looking for money to finish the movie, and they turned him down, and they had to go with the cut that existed, and that's what we got. So that could be why the movie just kind of ends like that. Which, it worked.
Yeah, but like just in terms of how those stories always work, it's weird that the Turtles never overcome Shredder.
I feel like it's appropriate. It keeps Shredder threatening.
Until the sequel.
Till the sequel, and then even in the end, again, Shredder defeats himself.
Shredder defeating himself makes him feel like less of a threat.
Oh, the turtle blimp. Ridiculously dangerous design for a blimp.
The colours on all of their masks are wrong.
I mean, Raphael is red.
It's like, no, Raphael's orange, Mikey is yellow, Donatello is like pink.
No, that's a red.
That's a pink.
Raphael's red.
That's an orange.
Michelangelo is yellow. Yeah. Although in the first, the original cartoon, they made like the first 5 episodes before it really picked up. And Michelangelo's mask is colored just a pale yellow for that entire cartoon. And it's so weird.
Can you imagine sinking enough money into this like you get to the end and you still got a bunch of money in it as it rolls over, and you don't want to keep playing, but you've put the money in and you're not getting it back.
Okay.
Was it just a staple that they would drop bombs on you if you didn't move?
I would assume that, like, if you're at this point, you're putting in quarters 1 quarter at a time. You're not putting in $10 worth of quarters in the last level all at once.
Well, it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger until he drops bombs on you.
Wait, is he getting bigger?
Watch it.
It's going a little faster.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, now he's bigger.
Well, that's going to do it for us for today. I'm glad I finally got to try out Fightcade, and like it works ridiculously well.
Yeah, no, it's solid.
Very surprised at the quality of it.
And it's got, you know, as far as I can tell, it's got any SNES or Genesis game you'd want to play.
The last I heard, they were looking at adding PlayStation to it, but that was a while back. I thought they would have done it by now. They've got Dreamcast on here, but that could be because of like
Marvel
Dreamcast
vs.
was
Capcom
basically
2?
arcade hardware. Like the Naomi board is basically like the Dreamcast board. Like they get PlayStation on here. Like, are there any co-op PlayStation games really worth doing?
Twisted Metal?
Is that co-op or would that be head-to-head?
No, there's co-op mode. There's co-op story mode in. If not in 1, then definitely in 2. I think Twisted Metal 1 may be just single player and story, but I'm reasonably confident that Twisted Metal 2 has co-op story.
Yeah, Super Nintendo Mega Drive alone, like, give plenty of stuff. The Contra games. Donkey Kong Country trilogy. Probably other stuff. Power Rangers. I imagine we'll probably be back at some point playing something on this, Teek.
What do they have for? They got Mighty Morphin Power Rangers for the Mega Drive. They got the movie. Oh, the movie for the Mega Drive, the movie for the SNES, which are 2 very different games for reasons. The fighting game on the Mega Drive, game on the SNES.
They have Batman
Game
Forever.
Gear. Why? Okay, explain why there would need to be a Game Gear ROM on Fightcade.
They have Batman Forever on Game Gear.
That can't possibly have co-op, can it?
I wouldn't have thought so, but it's here. They've got games here that are single player only. Like, I know for a fact they're single player. Like Batman Returns on Super Nintendo, that's single player.
See, that feels weird because, like, just get an emulator. Is it just because this is just what people are using as their emulator?
I don't know. Like, maybe it's just a reasonable front end, but you have to join communities for these. I wouldn't have chosen it as an emulator for anything other than online play.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, I guess you could always just set yourself to away and launch the test mode, and that's it.
The Adventures of Batman and Robin on Mega Drive. That's co-op, and that's really difficult.
That's a stupid hard game.
Batman Forever on Super Nintendo. Like, if we ever decide we hate ourselves, we could play that for a bit.
Oh, Christ.
I had that as a kid. I had 2 Batman games on Super Nintendo. I had Batman Returns and Batman Forever.
I rented that as a kid, and I don't know that I ever got past, like, the first room, because I don't know that I ever figured out how to do that grapple jump that they ask you to do.
I got to... I think I got to the circus level. But, like, you've got to do it all in 5 lives. You lose those lives, game over. Start from the beginning.
Oof.
And, like, there's the first level in Arkham Asylum, there's the second level in the bank, which is super long and ends on the safe. As they're flying the safe out from the movie. And you can get knocked off that, die instantly. And then the level after that is the circus. And that's where I got a game over. That was the third day I've got on it. They have Justice League Task Force for Super Nintendo and Mega Drive.
Was that ever an arcade game?
No.
Oh no, that's the fighter. What? There was a Justice League or a side-scrolling beat 'em up, wasn't there, for arcade?
Not an arcade. Not getting anything from Justice League on that.
Maybe no. Maybe I'm thinking Avengers. There was an Avengers arcade game.
Yeah, Captain America and the Avengers. I mentioned it earlier. Marvel.
Which is weirdly not available here, yeah. Oh, wait. Is that it? That might be it, yeah.
Marvel vs. Capcom Clash of Superheroes. Yeah, the final boss of that was Onslaught. Captain Commando. Yeah, Captain America and the Avengers. Arcade, Game Gear, Mega Drive, NES, Super NES. I had the Super Nintendo version.
Super Mario Kart's on here.
Mario Kart's not a good game. Hasn't aged well.
No.
It's interesting seeing the stuff that's like just in the popular. I think they're listed by how many people are playing them currently. It's like
I mean, that
Third
would make
Strike's at the
sense.
top. Third Strike's at the top, then King of Fighters 2002, King of Fighters 98, King of Fighters 2002 Plus, Super Street Fighter 2 X Grandmaster Challenge, which I am sure is a hack.
How far do you have to go? Metal Slug 3 is as far as you have to go. It's what? 612. It is the 18th most popular game, and it's the first one that isn't a fighting game.
Yeah.
Which,
And
I
then
mean,
after
makes
that
sense.
is
It's
Super
called
Puzzle Fighter
Fightcade. Super Puzzle Fighter!
What is it? Super Street Fighter 2 Champion Edition, and then JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Heritage for the Future. 7th most popular game. That's surprising to me. Like, that's above MVC 2. What is that, CPS 3?
Oh no, Metal Slug's the 20th most popular game.
You know, I forgot there was a Double Dragon fighting game
There's a Double Dragon fighting game?
on Neo Geo.
Huh.
It looks like the first
Weird.
non-arcade game here is Super Mario World.
I mean, yeah, that checks out.
Like, everything else is an arcade game or a port of an arcade game. Like, the first non-arcade game on here is MVC 2, but that's a port of an arcade game. It's the Dreamcast version.
I mean, did Marvel vs. Capcom 2 ever actually get an arcade cabinet?
Yeah, it was an arcade game.
Huh.
By the time MVC 3 came out, I think Capcom stopped putting arcade cabinets out. I don't think Street Fighter 4 got a cabinet.
No, I can't imagine.
That said, though, arcade cabinets do still happen for fighting games. Tekken 7 has an arcade cabinet. I don't know if Tekken 8 will, though. The
I wish
landscaping...
arcades were still commercially viable.
There was the thing a couple of years back that the big, like one of the big arcades in Japan had finally closed.
Yeah, I remember that.
Like the landscape's changed since Tekken 7 came out. It's a real shame as well.
But all right, well, I'm gonna go find some foods.
Yeah, it's been good. Thanks for joining me with this, Teek.
Yeah, no, it's fun.
So I'll be back tomorrow with more Final Fantasy VI. Teek will be back on Tuesday with more Final Fantasy VII.
There we go.
My intention is playing Final Fantasy VI all week. I am trying... For anybody who didn't hear, I'm trying to finish Final Fantasy VI before the 1st of May to push myself back into streaming more often. So I'm trying to deal with that.
So those end credits better be rolling a week from today.
Yep.
You can probably do it.
It's one of the reasons I picked 6. It was like, I could pick FF6, I was debating Chrono Trigger, I was considering Paper Mario, and I did debate Final Fantasy VII. But I ultimately decided on FF6. Partly because, like, you're doing 7 at the minute, Clem wants to do Chrono Trigger soon. I've got the Pixel remaster of 6 sat there, I modded it a while back, and I've not done anything with it. So, like, we're doing 6, and the Pixel remaster's been interesting. Like, presentation-wise, there's some areas where it's really good, other areas where it's, like, the laziest shit. Like, the laziest, ugliest shit.
I don't know, I was listening this morning. I still dig the soundtrack.
It's a good soundtrack. Some of the renditions are a little weird. Like, I definitely think the battle theme leans way too heavy on the brass. But then stuff like Terra's theme being played with woodwind instruments was fantastic. Like, it's hit and miss, but it's mostly, like, really good hit. But yeah, that's what I'll be doing this week. Teek will be back on Tuesday playing Final Fantasy VII. Wednesday playing Alundra. Thursday playing Sea of Thieves. Friday playing Sonic Advance. And next week, starting on Monday the 1st, we'll be beginning Star Wars month. Likely starting with Knights of the Republic 2.
Ooh.
Which is going to have the
Are you
restored
going to be
content
good
mod.
or evil?
Gonna do the canon playthrough. So good, light side female Jedi. The Exile is canonically a blonde-haired woman named Mitra Surik. Or like old expanded universe canon. But yeah, it should be fun. I haven't properly done KOTOR 2 in years. And we got the restored content mod and yada yada yada. But yeah, that's going to do it for us for today. I want to thank everybody for joining the stream. I always really appreciate the support. Big special thanks to everyone in the chat. Chat is always the best part of the stream. Clem, Teek, Nelson, I think Flame was here at some point. Mir.
I like how I got second billing for the chat.
Well then, you know, the fucking person who's been playing with me gets super special thank you. Chat only gets
Clem was
special thank you.
Clem was throwing out the fatalities, so
Yeah, we appreciate that, I think, Clem. Thank you for being there with... I'm not going to say speedy fingers, I'm going to say...
he was there.
speed limit fingers.
And Ninja was there.
And Ninja was there, as he often is. Just in the background, saying snarky shit at us. As he is wont to do. But yeah, thank you everybody for joining me. Thank you so much to Teek for joining me on Fightcade. Everyone else does it to me. I do it to everybody. You should see me in Klim's stream. I'm like the snarkiest bitch. But yeah. Pretty much it. So there's not really anything else to say except thank you all for watching. Have yourselves a fantastic time of day. And take care.
Bye bye.
We'll catch you next time, guys. Bye.